And Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys look it up, 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created, in Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck yeah. There's another short happy.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do this.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly grips harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get pulled out, bitch. You don't grip them enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Bank account cancer?
Check cancer in your PP.
You have cancer.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money. It's just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
So I think
and
that's-
unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your hearts.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money to kill me.
God is so the stillness is so gentle. The silence is powerful. See, because it's through the silence of our listening and our seeking that God reveals the wisdom. The wisdom is realized in the silence from within you. The silence within you is beyond the mind chatter, behind those gossiping and controlling voices that are always around, whether it's in your ears or around. There's voices and gossip and voices and words that want to control you, want to interrupt your peace, interrupt your silence. You choose what you allow.
You choose what you allow. How's everybody doing today? I'm solo dolo for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't get Bumpkin up, so this is more of a fireside chat. Didn't feel like changing the background. I just woke up myself about 30 minutes ago. Got a good laugh even. What's up, Ghostface, Lauren, Zoomer, Rude Cunt Crab? How you guys doing today? I'm glad y'all decided to watch this morning with me. So, aside from the fireside chat, I'm going to talk about myself. The open panel, it is still an open panel show. That link should be pinned in the YouTube. Please like and share the video. Let's get her done. Let's get her started. Flip her over, do her again. Today, we're recoiling from the Iran bombing. I'm glad to see that Thomas Massie and other U.S. politicians. I don't like being on the same side as Cortez and the Somali lady. I can't remember her name. That does annoy me slightly. But I agree with them for different reasons. I don't want American young men to die needlessly in a forever war that does not even benefit America. But I was sent this video by the Keebler Elves producers. There are two of them. The two Keebler Elves for the channel are Lauren and Yeti. They send me all kind of videos all the time to show you guys, and apparently this is an hour ago. Yes, I'm playing the video you sent me about the Pentagon. This was from an hour ago. Let's see. Let's dive into it.
And none could until President Trump. The operation President Trump planned was bold and it was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close. Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. This is not the previous.
Greetings, Plasma Void. This type of talking annoys the fuck out of me. It's posturing, pure and simple. Now, these same people, Trump ran on a platform partially of not getting us involved in war. I don't have TDS. I don't like Trump. I've never liked Trump. But I've still voted for the motherfucker. And I've always been adamantly open about calling him out. I do think the economics and the clamping down on the censorship is beneficial to our country. But that's not even a focus of this administration. It's bombing Iran seems to be the focus of this administration. I mean, immigration, even I'm gonna be real, even immigration is lackluster. The protests that we're dealing with in this country are being funded by places like China. So it's not even that they're doing a huge good deal with deporting illegal immigrants or criminals. They're and then you see the spat that Musk and Trump got into, or not even Trump and Musk got into. I'm talking about the spat that they both were aligned with earlier last year with the H-1B visas. The American citizen is on the back burner of this administration, just like every other administration. They want to send young American men to die in the desert for nothing. And this is just posturing for whoever this dickhead is doing a really good job at posturing.
Administration. The President Trump said no nukes.
What's
he
up,
seeks peace,
Ricky?
And Iran should take that path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, today, Midwest Request was right last night about waiting and seeing what happens. The photos of coming out from that strike, it was a nothing burger. The strike itself, not the fact that it happened, right? The strike itself hit places that Iran had evacuated days ago. All the enriched uranium, as much equipment as they could, and all their personnel. By the way, there was very little damage done, if any at all, to these sites. So, like, I want people to understand when they hear the saying from World War II, they cry out in pain as they strike you. This is literally what they're doing, what the U.S. is doing. Oh, you can't strike us back. If you kill Americans, we'll respond. My brother in Christ, if you people, I love you, audience. If you people, the American people, my audience, everyone, if you can't fucking see how retarded that is, we've already struck you, but if you slap us back, we'll bomb you again. What the absolute fuck? That's retarded.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job, he and his staff, all of CENTCOM. Policy across the board. This was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers.
Here's the thing, right? I don't like blaming the military, but this is why I told Bumpkin when he was trying to say, oh, all the young men, da-da-da. No, bro. If you, from top to bottom, if you are implicit in this, you're implicit in it. Doesn't matter. We in the liberal world order, America did this. We set the precedent that you don't get to just make the argument, I'm following orders. We executed people for just following orders, apparently. So, like, remember, America set that precedent that you don't just get to follow orders. Remember, like, before anybody wants to call me un-American and not a patriot, I hate this government. I hate this government. I don't care if Republicans are in control. I don't care if Trump's in control. I don't care if Democrats are in control. I wouldn't give a fuck if libertarians were in control. I've said it 1,000,001 times. Most libertarians and most people you talk to are only anti-government because our government does not have our interests as citizens at heart, and thus, therefore, by de facto, it's an occupied foreign government. That's why people don't like the government. They don't care about the citizenry. And as long as the military, hell, you can be a corporation, you can be just a regular citizen. As long as you are implicit in it, it's gonna keep happening. And until we as people are like, hey, you guys are implicit, you guys need to stop, people are gonna be like, oh, I'm just following orders. No, that didn't work in the 1940s. Why should it work for you?
Who flew those fighters? Who flew those refuelers? Warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers. Warriors. All of them. I want to recognize our soldiers.
They're not warriors. I mean, they are war fighters, don't get me wrong. I'm not qualified to speak on that, but they're not warriors. They're pawns. Let's call them what they are. They're pawns at this point.
Doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months. And
I wonder how many people out there are aware that allies bomb your ship, accuse you of spying, spy on you, steal nuclear research, steal nuclear resources to build nuclear bombs, and then say if their country is invaded, they will bomb every major capital on the planet, regardless of alliance. That's such a great fucking ally. This pisses me off that boomers, evangelicals, and these people are like, dude, their greatest ally, our greatest ally. We have two great allies in this country. I don't even think many people know who they are. That is Australia and South Korea. Australia and South Korea have helped America through every major conflict, whether it was good or bad. Vietnam, I mean, at least since their existence, right? I don't think South Korea existed during World War II, you know, with the whole Japanese occupation and everything. But I agree, Lauren. This is the weirdest dick measuring contest in the world. But I don't think people understand how great of an ally Australia is, nor South Korea. Ever since their inception as nations, they have stood beside us as a dedicated little brother. So, like, I understand the provocation against China. I wish it wouldn't happen. I think it's fucking retarded to try to provoke and contain other nations. But I get it, right? South Korea, and then we bombed Japan into submission, and we said we'd take care of them. Right? I get defending those two countries because we gave our word, and that was part of that was part of a peace treaty. You know, I get that. And I get defending South Korea because they've stood and they've bled with Americans. Australians have bled with Americans. Israelis have never bled for Americans. You see Mossad running around like a bunch of little fucking fleas and parasites causing problems. You saw them dancing in 9/11. Because we'll go fight their war for them. What's up, Dennison?
Yo,
But like you see these things happen, and like the only great allies that America actually has that have put their own interest in alignment with ours is Australia and South Korea. I mean, even to their own detriment, they've done this. So,
and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called. It took a great deal of precision.
oh, by the way, people in the Twitter space, I don't know how to comment on there. I'm dumb and retarded, but if you check the comment section under the actual video, there is a link to the StreamYard if y'all want to join. I do try to make sure that y'all have the links when I post the Discord later for you guys to join. You can join there. You can join in the comment section. But yeah, let's try to watch some of this video. This dude, like from his body language, is like very telling. Doesn't seem like he likes what he's saying.
It involved misdirection and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, not Tehran, excuse me, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without.
Right there, Freudian slip, right fucking there. This is not about their nuclear sites. This is about bombing them into submission, and they will kill any amount of civilians to do this.
Did they do that though?
Israel's doing it, and then it will not be. Did you watched Operation Iraqi Freedom when you were younger, right?
Yeah.
When we first invaded Iraq, you saw the night vision cameras of just the bombs going off in the city squares, and just the carpet bombing. You really think our government? You don't think that's the next escalation? I'm saying this was a Freudian slip this time.
Iraq, it didn't really get that escalated. I think like less than 100 American troops died, right?
I'm not exactly sure. And that's just because of their shitty military and overwhelming technological advantage and doctrine advantage. I'm gonna be real. I mean, here's the thing, tomorrow, if 2/3 of Iran were to march against the Ayatollah's forces and demand a reset of the Iranian Republic, and this happened, I would shut my mouth. I wouldn't be bitching because the people want it. The people want it there. If a people do not want democracy, you're going to see Afghanistan 0.0.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Well, I don't think we're going to get to, but I would be curious to see what would happen if the regime were toppled. Whether or not the Iranian people, how the Iranian people would react to it after being under the Ayatollah for so long.
I mean, y'all seen the video I posted of the Iranian girl with her huge jugs and beautiful face and features, right? The Iranian women, as soon as the Ayatollah disappears. You know, I'd love to see that. That woman was beautiful, you know? But, that's not what's going to happen. These people, by and large, do not want American democracy, do not want Western-style democracy. And it's not even, here's the thing, that's the selling point to you guys. Well, not you, Denison. You and I pretty much, even though we may be opposed on this, agree on a lot. It's the selling point to the American citizen. We got to bring them democracy. We got to make them just like us. Well, what happens when that population doesn't want to be like us? You have to force it onto them. And that's the part that people aren't thinking about. They hear democracy and their little pussies get wet, just like communists. When they talk about the fucking ICE deportations and shit, they start shaking like little chihuahuas. Well, we need to spread democracy. Israel's a bastion of democracy. Ukraine's a bastion of democracy. No, they're not. But I digress. Let's watch.
Without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment.
By the way, nobody tell Bumpkin, but the Griff No State is on pause for at least the first hour of this stream. I like streaming because I like doing it. I don't really like grifting. It kind of makes me miserable and annoyed. Nobody tell Bumpkin.
Deployment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war, but let me be clear. We will act.
The U.S. has a funny way of showing they don't want war. That's fucking crazy. Hey, Dennison, would you ever drop bombs on a foreign nation if you weren't seeking war?
I could buy into this whole narrative, real quick and steel man it.
I'm interested.
So you really can't trust the Iranians with nuclear material. They vowed to wipe out to use it on Israel, and we can't trust them to work in the best interest of the region by not sharing and spreading and proliferating even more nuclear technology. So we strike their facilities only and leave their infrastructure largely untouched, and respect their borders even, and only strike the facilities that are responsible for creating and facilitating their nuclear capabilities.
And you know what? I would probably be okay with that if that's what we did. Because I've said on my stream, Iran does not need nuclear weapons. It is a sovereign state, so it should kind of have the right to develop them, but we don't really want them to have them because they will give them to their terrorist proxies. They will develop dirty bombs. They will try to harm people with them. So I get this argument, but that's not what they're doing. Israel immediately started attacking civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, but Israel's like, how do you put it?
Genocidal maniacs that project everything onto people.
Yeah, but when you're the United States, you love your genocidal maniacs, right? Like, I got my Israeli genocidal maniacs over here. I got my Yemenis genocidal maniacs over here. I got my Catholic genocidal maniacs over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I move them around so that I don't have to take full blame for what I'm doing.
I mean, fair enough. What's up, Ryan? Hit the link. It's pinned if you want to, Bubba.
I think these guys are going to emphasize the precision of these strikes over and over again to the American people. And all they're going to hear about, if they hear at all about civilian targets, it's going to be that evil Israel who's been doing it to the Palestinians this whole time. We already know you can't trust the Israelis, blah, blah, blah.
Well, the thing is, like, we still, by doing that, we also lose a lot of, not to speak in nerdy terms, but prestige, I guess, and trust on the world's sphere. Because, the thing is, we fund Israel. Trump even admitted that it's American equipment they're using. They're going to have a lot more of it. We produce the greatest equipment, but not
so did the French.
Well,
even though they might talk shit at the UN, they don't really mean it. Behind closed doors, they don't mean it.
Fair.
Even the South East Asians, right? Over there, like in the, hey, we're not quite Chinese. All those people in that whole circle right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't really care. They like American TV. They like American beer. This is how people think.
Fair enough. Lauren is correct here. The phrasing of his speech is interesting. It's very "Make America Great Again," like the old wartime America that smashed the fuck out of everyone.
And honestly, that's concerning to me.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of me bitching. Like, this is World War III propaganda.
I'm worried if we're not going to get our asses kicked when people talk like this. This is how pussies talk. Yeah. Now, I'm putting it in the light of how Trump is like he's bringing bravado back, and the world's kind of been shitting on us and treating us like a clown, and so he wants to come in and drag his dick across the whole thing. And I get it. So, I'm trying to be optimistic there. But if it weren't for Trump and Obama were talking this way, I'd be worried about our equipment and the status of our military. I'd be afraid that we're not where we say we are because, again, this is how pussies talk.
I still think that there's something to worry about because up until last year, we haven't met our recruitment goal. The military is basically a welfare program for women and minorities. I mean, there's been a couple military veterans who come up here and said as much.
Yeah, but those pew-pews, dog. We're not going to invade Iran.
But here's the thing: you also have ideologues who've infiltrated the military, who will cause problems because of the lack of recruitment. It's a decayed system. It's gonna keep marching on. But I do think, and here's the thing, like, outside of the problems with the military, because I don't like talking about the military. I'm not a veteran, and I do think civilian oversight in the military is kind of an issue and why the military is having the problems that it has. So I try not to talk shit on the military because I'm not, like I said, I'm not a veteran, and civilians trying to tell the military how to military and restraining them is kind of an issue. So I try not to play into that. But my biggest issue is the same thing that happened to Germany in World War II will happen to us. We have literally the best equipment, the best technology. We don't really manufacture all that much. Most of our manufacturing is overseas. Are we capable? And then people go, well, we produce our own military equipment. Yeah, but we don't produce the steel for it. We don't produce the rubber for it. We damn sure don't produce the microchips for it. That's the whole reason that we care about Taiwan. So we'll be facing a manufacturing crisis going into this one. We will be mass produced into oblivion by China, not necessarily by Russia. China will be the America of World War III. They will be mass producing and lend-leasing to everyone.
Well, unfortunately for them, they need us to buy it. And they do seem to be scrambling to make their own middle classes. It's like the way America should be scrambling to make its own microchips. It appears that Russia and China are scrambling to make their own middle classes so that they can buy their own shit and not have to have us do all the spending.
That's another problem. Like, the American middle class is dying out. So we're not going to be like the first world technologically advanced nation lives by its middle class. If you have a healthy, stable middle class that's producing enough children to handle replacement levels, their social mobility between the poor and the wealthy, to have an ever increasing middle class, and then more and more people are becoming wealthy, you typically have a strong and healthy nation. But now that we are not having that, we're having the opposite of that. We're having a shrinking of the classes and social demobility, which means you only really go down. I mean, it's not looking good. Maybe, here's the thing, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe a war footing will make people think right, and we'll realize, oh, it can happen here. We have to defend ourselves this time because American hegemony, the world peace, blah, 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 blah. The simple fact of the matter is, like, I don't think it's going to end out well. I do think that whether it's tomorrow or 5 years from now, these strikes in Iran have put us on a march to at least a major conflict. It may not be a world war, but at minimum a major conflict, fighting a near-peer competitor. And I've said it 1,000,001 times ever since Ukraine was invaded. These are not goat herders that we are bullying. This is a near-peer competitor with an Air Force and a Navy.
Come on now.
I mean,
like,
hey, man.
Like a half a dozen F-8s is not an Air Force, man.
I'm not really talking about Iran. I'm more so talking about Russia and China.
Okay. Yeah, they have air forces and navies, not particularly good ones, but yeah,
But like the thing is,
combined.
well, without our
If
supply,
Russia and China attacked us as a united force, the United States would face challenges. I still think they'd lose, and
oh,
that's
I
with
think they would lose as well. I think we're
and
gonna
that's you know I'm no like fan of the United States, nor am I under any illusions about the state of its society. And I believe its military capability is is waning as well, as is everything else about it. But still, that's a huge drop off, right? Like the third largest army in the world is a huge fucking plummet from the second, and the second is a huge plummet from the first.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that, right? What I'm saying, and I would even say like ancient Rome, or just look at Rome, right? It carried the legion, its military prowess is what kept it from collapsing for like 500 years after the societal rot took hold. And like that may very well be the case for the US. We may very well be being carried. Like, I think as technology increases, I think things happen faster. So I don't think where Rome lasted 100 years or 500 years off its military, I think we'll last 50 off our military, right?
I see it a bit differently. I see that we got so hubris, we've allowed too much competition, and we've allowed these other countries to invest in our infrastructure and our domestic production far too much.
And that's
But
capitalism, Dennis, and you have to have capitalism because reasons.
yeah, and I think that part of why that structure is still supported is because at the end of the day, we like our military capability is just ridiculously overwhelming compared to them. We can patrol the entire planet. There's only one superpower now. It's just us.
Yeah, but that's ultimately a problem. It leads to stagnation and death for a nation. What's up, Arctic Wolf? How you doing? Hi, Hank. Watch some more of this.
Swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word. I want to give congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our great American warriors.
He really wants that promotion.
Successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America.
Well, this is a cult of personality.
Providence.
Yeah.
And continue to ask.
That's why I say the left isn't the left isn't an ideological cult, and the right isn't a cult of personality, and it is going to be the death of our nation. It is going to be a huge problem.
Ask for his protection. I turn it over now to the chairman for specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night, on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike.
Hammer, you hear that?
Yeah, Midnight
That's
Hammer.
Hebrew as fuck, bro.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. So I hate being a nerd about it, right? But part of the reason that I started writing my own science fiction and stuff and talk about it amongst friends, I really haven't talked about it much on the channel, was I always despised like the liberal or commie focused sci-fi or stories. Like Fallout is one of my favorite franchises. And I couldn't stand like the fascist boogeyman in there, and it has nothing to do with my beliefs. I always thought it was really retarded and shitty. But like I'm thinking about it, and I'm watching the deployment of all these ships, right? And like they're different CENTCOM or whatever it's called, like all these abbreviations for the theaters of control and the bases.
Mm-hmm.
I have to ask myself: is there some truth? Like, is reality imitating art? Like, are there research centers like where they do stuff, they research things that the American people wouldn't be happy with? Are they trying to learn how to? Are they trying to learn how to better control us on these military bases in these
Jean Baudrillard was correct.
See, I don't like that. I feel like art is starting to imitate. Life is starting to imitate art here.
It's beyond
Against
that. Now there's no difference, and the symbols are more real than reality. We're in hyperrealism already. Isn't it a trip? It's a trip, right?
I feel like I'm on LSD and I've never done LSD.
It's what it feels like. That's exactly what it feels like.
Like I feel like minus the Radaway and mutants, I'm in Fallout. You know, like the evil shadow government. And like I feel like the people that are saying they want to get rid of that are just an extension of it.
Correct. Absolutely. And even the ones who don't know they are still Neo arguing with the architect. You get my reference?
Yeah. Dude. Ryan, I know that. I understand that. But you get where I'm coming from. The fact that we have an acronym for a series of command and control nodes, i.e. military bases, that are fucking massive and house research centers. Like you get what I'm saying, right? Because it's not just an acronym for Central Command. Central Command means a series of control and command nodes.
I love one of my favorite new things is since Trump pissed off the Canadians, I have to hear them. They're all upset now. I don't know if you noticed that, but they're very emotional online. The whole fucking country is right now on YouTube and social media arguing just because of Trump's tweets. And they'd like to talk about how the United States will never be, or the Canada will never be one of the states or part of the United States. It will never lose its sovereignty. And when I tell them that that NORAD already controls their airspace and that the Navy and the Coast Guard already patrols their waters, it's like, what? You know, like they have no idea of what North American the North American hegemony is.
That's the only aggressiveness that I actually truly accept as an American and am okay with is the Western Hemisphere hegemony, both North and South. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, man.
Both North and South, and both North
Holmes.
America and South America and the Caribbean and parts of the Pacific. Because Hawaii is rightful territory, the Arctic, I believe it's the Arctic Ocean by Alaska. Like, there's some islands out there like Guam that we own. So like that the hegemony where our territory is and like our hemisphere, I do agree with aggressively controlling and aggressively expanding within it. But as far as like halfway across the planet with fucking Iran, no, dude, I don't care. No, I don't want them to get nukes. I've said this before. I think it's retarded, but just outright trying to provoke a war. It would be easier to let China or Russia have them as a rump state, just like they do just like China does with North Korea.
See, this is why we can't have nice things. You and Bumpkin really are terrible fascists. It's Ryan. Ryan always has background noise.
Oh yeah. I'm putting some screens in. Sorry, let me mute it.
Right.
He literally does construction while he's on the panel.
No, it's at my house. I got to put these screens in just for whatever. Anyway, just cleaning.
Based
all right.
Windows screens.
Yeah, window screens.
This was
just in my garage.
Complex and high risk mission carried out.
Hank, do you know the atrocities they committed against the Manchurians? They literally turned people into oil.
World renowned. It really set a standard, you know?
Yeah, standard. Let's see what you did there.
Out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator.
I'm gonna go let the dog in. I'll be right back.
Possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately
From CENTCOM, by the way.
Eastern
CENTCOM runs
Standard
that.
Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Esfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordo and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo.
Laser guided,
As
baby.
the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage.
Of course it would. You have to justify the spending. This person, he bombed 2 empty facilities that had been previously struck by Israel. He bounced 6 bombs off an impenetrable facility. Fordow nuclear site was emptied and evacuated for months. I saw that Telegram post as well. Thank you for copy and pasting. But not only was it a Telegram post, right? They literally posted pictures from today of these sites, and like there was almost no damage done. So.
And destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of 4th and 5th generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as
Iran
hundreds of
retaliated and shot one of those fucking aircraft down, or shot one of those boats. The American military and the American government going, make it make fucking sense.
And operational professionals. As the secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. Well prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice.
You know, this is like the high school bully picking on a nerd. Like, it'd be really bad decision of you to punch me in the face. It's almost like that's what's needed to happen. Just saying.
We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution.
Maybe Ryan and people with TDS are right. Like.
Why do you think I have TDS? I don't have TDS.
Not you, the radical coder, Ryan.
Oh, got it. Okay.
I'd like to know the source on that undamaged facility, because the only one I could find was literally Pravda. And even Al Jazeera is claiming that the base was destroyed.
You talking about the Iranian base?
You got Telegram?
Yeah, Fritos.
Oh, sorry, let
the
me
Fritos facility. I do not have Telegram.
Okay. Give me some time after the stream. I'll send it to you.
This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the president clearly said last night, no other in the military.
By the way, he's lying about this being a week. The U.S. did a joint military exercise about a year ago that involved doing these and attacking these specific targets in the way that they were attacked.
No other military in the world could have done this. I joined the president and the secretary in being incredibly.
That's exactly what it is. They're provocating Iran to attack military assets to someone who is hostile to them, who are literally, perhaps.
Who's Iran's enemy in the region? Let me ask you that question.
Us.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. So what happened 2 months ago? 2 months ago, Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia, Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Egypt. They all gathered. Remember, Trump said, I got them giving us $5 trillion, which is way more than he thinks. So that's where they discussed it. That's where they said, hey, listen, Saudi Arabia, what is your intelligence saying? Here's what our intelligence is saying. And at the end of the day, they all agreed this is what they're going to do. So that was the sign off. You see what I'm saying? That was the sign off.
I get what you're saying, but we're literally.
Which, by the way, the Saudis invest a lot of money in the United States and our financial markets.
Yeah, you damn right. They invest a lot of money in the United States. The fucking Twin Towers were knocked the fuck down because of them.
Well, they buy a lot of our stocks, a lot of our investment products. So Saudi Arabia is an ally, even though they're very backwards, you know.
No, not an ally. They're just like Israel. Saudi Arabia, for those of you who don't know, Saudi Arabia funded and facilitated and trained the attackers on 9/11.
Well, you can suspect that, but I don't think there's any.
No, that's a fact, bro. That is a fact.
You don't think we had anything to do with it?
Okay, so there's a lot of speculation. I don't have hard evidence. I don't think anyone's ever going to know the answer. I know a lot of them were Saudis. You know, I know Saudi nationals, ex-nationals. I know Bin Laden was a Saudi. So, you know, that actually the Bin Laden family is a major construction contractor in the Middle East. You know, he's from a bunch of money. Old Osama is.
Yeah, he's an engineer.
Yeah. And the funniest thing about it is, I think the largest building in the Middle East it was built by Bin Laden's family, which I just find interesting because it's like he's knocking down our big buildings and now he's the king of tall buildings, his family per se, right? But anyway, at the end of the day, I feel like you're, you know, Orthodox. I feel like you're trying to frame this like Iran is like you think Putin is, which is like, hey, they're just good people, and the U.S. is the bad player here. When most of the world is ecstatic that Iran is being stopped because they're extremely destabilizing in the whole region. I mean, they're a fucking dangerous actor that's aligned with China and Russia. Who Putin's not a good guy. You know, he's not like a real champion of human rights or.
Bro, I don't believe in human rights. I don't give a fuck. Human rights are gay.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is the U.S. acts in its own interests, we're not just a benevolent force.
How do you and I as citizens benefit from the U.S. actions here?
Well, I mean, number one, oil prices are going to be more stable. That's one way. But there's a million things.
Bombing a major oil producing country is going to stabilize oil prices.
The thing is, once Iran has nukes, they've threatened all of their neighbors. All of them. No.
I don't care. I don't care.
Israel too.
I don't give a fuck tomorrow if every Middle Easterner, Israeli, Iranian, Kuwaiti, I don't give a fuck tomorrow if they just found nukes gifted by Santa Claus and decided to turn the desert into a glass parking lot. I don't care unless it affects American citizens. So how does us bombing Iran, how does us funding Ukraine, how do us getting into a suicide pact with Taiwan, how does that benefit American citizens today, tomorrow, and 1,000 years from now?
So what do we do then? Do we just let Iran get a nuke and then blow the shit out of everybody? India, I mean, they'll sell it all over the world. Americans? Who? Iran? Israel?
No, are they Americans?
Turkey,
Are they Americans?
Israelis?
Are they Americans?
No, but they're an ally.
No,
they're an ally.
No. I've already prefaced. We have two allies that I give a fuck about. Because I know
wait, which one are those?
That would be South Korea and Australia because they have.
Australia's our best ally. They're a great ally. But
I would say South Korea and Australia are tied, but because I'm an evil, vile racist, I would have to say that Australia's the better one. Plus, their women are all brats, and it's kinky.
Well, I like Australian women.
I don't think that we can just approach the world. I don't like all the intervening. Don't get me wrong, but like world trade is happening. Where you know, like
they have hot accents.
We have to engage other countries here. So, we need to provide some stability. I don't know how you don't see that.
We need to provide inward stability. We need to stop interfering in the world and to dedicate ourselves to our own security and progeny.
The other thing that's interesting about Iran is like 95% of Iranians don't want the current regime. They're just scared to do anything about it.
If that were true, my brother in Christ, I hate having to agree with Be Brave on this. You are an official version zombie. If U.S. intelligence or a propaganda machine in the West tells you something, you will follow it through.
I don't know where you would be getting the other information from. What is your sources?
For one, go to Telegram, search independent sources, period.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
And it's common fucking sense. If like you said, if even 2/3 or half of the people in Iran didn't like the current regime, the CIA, all of these fucking intelligence agencies in the West would be salivating at the fucking mouth for a color revolution.
They've been trying to destabilize it for a long time.
And they can't. That's because the people like the government they have. Here's the thing about the third world, whether they're Sunni. Here's the thing. America, by allying with Saudi Arabia, right, in the UAE, you're not getting rid of Islamic fundamentalism. That's still going to be a problem. These are still like all Muslim countries, no matter what their brand of Islam, see the terrorists in their region as their special forces, as their Delta Force. That's how they use them. That's how they will always use them.
So at the end of the day, the Turks.
Let me finish. At the Turks are secular. They may have had some elections where they got some religious moralists in, but by all intents and purposes, the Turks are a secular nation.
What I'm saying is that the two power centers in the region. So on the east, you got Pakistan, India, Afghanistan. North, you have Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, and then Russia after that, right above Iran. On the west of Iran, you have Iraq, Jordan, which is the next country over, the Saudis and Turks. The Indians and Pakistanis they have their own issues, right? They fight over a shitty piece of land. The Turks and Saudis are the power centers, and then there's Iran. None of them get along. One of them is Arabi, and one of them is something else. It's like Sunni versus Shiite, old school. So at the end of the day, we align ourselves with the more moderate governments, Turkey for sure, and the Saudis. So
the ones who are willing to go along with deals.
Yeah, they'll deal make.
We align ourselves with the governments that literally perpetrated terrorist attacks against us.
Yeah, they don't care about that.
Yeah, no. The simple fact of the matter.
I got bombs to sell. I mean, I don't know what you.
The simple fact of the matter is, we are allowing ourselves to be used in the Sunni Shiite war that has been going on since the death of fucking Muhammad.
I don't think it's that simple. I think that we created these, we fostered these, the bad blood between those people. Part of the reason why it lasts so long is because we've been fostering it since the old British Empire.
Yeah, that's what countries do. I mean, China does it here
because they got a shit ton of fucking resources, and we don't want to have to compete with them on a level.
We try to do it in China. We try to do it in other countries. I mean, at the end of the day, like, to destabilize a country to undermine another country benefits the United States interests. And the government is about the interests of the U.S. It's not about the benevolent force of good and democracy. That's all bullshit. It's about U.S. interests, okay? And which I'm okay with
defending
U.S. interests. I don't really give a fuck about the moral equation.
What U.S. interest is this?
It's not the moral equation that's that much of a problem for me. It's a little more practical than that. Like, Kellogg Brown and Root is my neighbor. And I know there's like a Chinese version and an Iranian version of Kellogg Brown and Root, but I don't give a fuck about them.
when you say your neighbor, like you live near them, or they're
Yeah,
literally
like I live in the United States, right? So the United States winning all of its illegal bullshit wars is in my interest for that practical reason.
Yeah, I thought you meant like one of your neighbors worked for them. That's all.
I just want to
No.
know. I just
I mean,
want
they're
to
in
know.
Northern Virginia and everywhere else, so but
I just
they're
I just
literally
wanna
my
know-
neighbor. Like,
I just want to know
Yeah.
what U.S. interest is this? What U.S.
Uh,
interest is this?
Again, it destabilizes the Middle East because if they got into the modern era, it would threaten our global hegemony. And it's also part of the long stated policy, which could be reanalyzed perhaps at this point after 60 years, of militarily encircling China and cutting off Europe from Russian gas. These are outwardly stated motives.
well, I mean, Europe is largely walking away from Russian gas. Internally,
I'm just
also,
saying, all of this does that. All of this is about those things very clearly. And if you think about it in that framework, it makes perfect sense.
And it
Ah, shit.
And it
Hello.
provo-
He
and it
dropped out.
I thought I
provokes-
lost you. I'm good.
No, I didn't drop out. And it
Okay, good,
provokes and it provokes World War III. And you know what we should do? We should treat every general, every politician, every corporate interest, every communist that supports this because of the people. We should treat all those groups of people like the communists did the czars when we get our fucking chance. And I stand 10 toes down on it.
So you want to undermine the United States in favor of China, Russia, like these other nations, or
Yes,
I guess I'm trying
I do. Yes, how about that, Ryan? That's so fucking stupid. I don't want
Well, no, I'm trying to figure out what
Americans to go and die for bullshit reasons that enrich the current fucking people in charge. It has nothing to do with.
Well, we don't have boots on the ground in Iran.
We will.
Well, we probably do, but
all of you people always say this bullshit, and then it fucking happens, and then it's all some other bullshit excuse for why it happened and why it should continue to happen. It's also fucking tiresome. I'm gonna go grab me a fucking cigarette and play this video.
well, let's take
Naval
the
forces,
Somalia pirates. Did you not want to deal with them?
planners and support teams and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the President, the Secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We will take a few questions, Phil.
Yeah. So is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say having the opportunity to witness
When BB said he would release the Epstein files,
his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process, wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken.
Exactly, RT. The overused phrase to protect American interests is an ambiguous smokescreen PR stunt to trick the American public into accepting atrocities done against other nations and peoples. And you know what? I don't believe in karma, but God don't like ugly. And when you have to answer, when you have to be brought to account for that bullshit as a nation, your shit will burn to the fucking ground. And I don't want that for America. I don't want a fucking righteous, universal fucking answering for this bullshit that these evil fucks are pushing on us. It is
Every
not
other
benefiting
nation on
American
earth is the same.
Bingo.
This is why you can't just make this argument. It's a circle. Because otherwise, what you're doing is you're admitting that you're naive and that you have an anti-American bias. If it weren't for the evil Americans, the whole world could just get along. That's a fucking fairy tale. We're this way because we're exactly how God made us. And by God, I mean the last 2,000 years of warfare on this planet.
If you think for a minute that I don't think the world is evil and bad, and you think that I'm being naive, that's stupid. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I don't see the interest in sending American men to die for other countries halfway across the planet.
Because if you let them get nukes, then they will use it to fuck you over. And they will do it in ways that you couldn't imagine until it happens.
Yeah.
American cities. I mean, this is their argument. I'm steel manning the, like, let's assume you're a true believer. If you're a true believer, the alternative to warning these people weeks in advance that we were going to bomb them so they could get all their people out of the way, and then blowing up only their nuclear facilities. And apparently we didn't even do that good of a job, if you were to believe some people in the chat. The alternative to that is watching American cities burn, literally. That's the alternative in these people's eyes. And certainly there's no shortage of Iranian leadership that says the exact same fucking thing on their own TV shows.
Yeah, I was gonna. That's a good point. The Swiss government doesn't do this. There are plenty of governments that don't do this. They
just sell all the weapons to the people who do. Well, they sit on their nice, well protected.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. America should sell weapons to everybody. Dude, like,
yeah,
it's not
again,
conflict.
but this is the point, though. Somebody has to do the bullying.
They could do it on a regional by regional basis. We can sell weapons to Israel and Iran and let them fight it out.
You mean like a proxy war?
I mean, it don't have to be. We could just sell them weapons.
That's what we've been doing. That's literally what happened up until today, because the bunker, one of the facilities couldn't be blown up with what we sold to Israel. They needed the bigger bomb.
So sell it to Israel. We didn't sell it. Sell it to Israel. Sell it to Saudi Arabia. Let them bomb the shit out of each other, and let us wipe our hands of responsibility from actually fighting and dying for this.
As soon as you sell the bomb, even though you know what it's going to be used for, you wipe your hands of it. I understand your logic now.
Yeah, no, like literally, if you sell a product to a foreign nation, it's not your responsibility what they do with it. You're selling a
product. Even if you know what they're going to do with it.
When you sell, do you hold gun manufacturers responsible whenever someone's shot in the U.S.?
The gun manufacturers don't know exactly what those people are going to do with the gun. In this case, the United States would be deliberately selling a specific type of weapon to a specific military partner, knowing exactly what they're going to do with it, and so that it would be in their best interest even for the other country to do it and take the blame for it. I mean, come on.
Come on, dude. Again, my analogy. Weapons manufacturers, guns have one purpose, that is to kill. Now, they are tools because that purpose to kill could be putting food on the table, defending yourself, could be crime, could be anything. But a large, well-funded, well-equipped military is also a tool and a deterrent.
I'm going to try to repeat myself more succinctly. In this case, we know exactly what they'd be using it for, and it's a thing that we don't want to take responsibility for directly. It'd be like if the proper analogy would be like if a weapons manufacturer wanted to get rid of their competition. So let's say Smith and Wesson is owned by a dude named Smith and Wesson, and Colt is their competition, and that guy's name is Colt. It'd be like if they sold a weapon to, whoever, knowing that person was going to use it to kill Colt. That's what that would be. That's not the same thing. Like, Israel isn't showing up at like Walmart for bombs. We only sell bombs to people when it's in our best interest, and in this case, we know exactly what they're doing with it.
Well, no, here's the thing. Peace Dynamo hit the nail on the head. The problem is they raised several generations now that hate Americans, and if you arm them, they'll eventually come for us. I get that.
That's right.
But why do the Ayatollah hate us? Why is that? Not because they are jealous of our freedoms. They don't give a fuck about freedom. Sand people don't care about democracy.
Because we back Israel in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's because we back countries that are fundamentally against them. Ideologies that are fundamentally
We also
against
back the Saudis, though, and we back the Egyptians and the Jordanians and United Arab Emirates.
Saudis and Egyptians and all of them are also a different type of Muslim and therefore enemies.
They also have a different Jesus too. You can't forget, like, not only do our economic interests align, but a lot of people in the United States want Jesus to come back.
That's a percentage of people that are just fucking crazy.
Even the evangelical death cult thinks that if we arm Israel and allow Israel to plunge the world into World War III, that'll fucking make revelations happen.
Yeah.
Well, that's just dumb. I mean,
that is a fact.
That may be dumb, but some of those people might be in the White House, bro.
No, look, I'm not saying it's not a reality of that thinking. Like, it's a reality of that thinking. These people are half fucking crazy. But the truth is, the U.S. is going to act in its interest in this situation. I don't think it's out of line because, there's a lot of other people in that
interests. When I say us, we are the U.S., the people. We are a republic. It's not in our interest.
So do you think when we did this deal with Saudis for quote unquote all this investment Trump's getting, allegedly, he hasn't got it yet. Do you think that we didn't talk to the Saudis and say, look, this is what our intelligence is saying. What is your intelligence saying? Because the Saudis have their own intelligence, and they conferred and said, hey, this is a problem. Well, we can hit them. I guarantee that's what happened.
The equivalent of Saudi intelligence in this matter is sitting in a boardroom of yes men going, yes, you should bomb Iran because they're our enemy. Yes. Israel, yes men, yes, you should bomb
Do you
Iran.
think the Saudis don't have people in Iran, other Muslims that are like every government has a fucking spy. They all have spies.
I'm not saying they don't. Doesn't
what
matter.
What intelligence are we talking about?
By the way,
about what though?
Intelligence agency has come out and said that Iran is not even capable of making nukes, so it's a fucking moot point.
Who said that? Tulsi Gabbard.
Intelligence agency.
Who said it?
Yes, Tulsi Gabbard, based on our intelligence agency's information. Yes.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard said that, but
what did she say exactly?
That Iran isn't even capable of making nukes.
Well,
I mean, what was found by the IAEA is that they had purified uranium far beyond the necessity for power and near weapons grade. So technically, no, they can't make the nukes yet, but they're trying and they're almost there. That's the point of bombing them first.
Yeah. And here's the thing: the Obama administration.
Wait, right. Here's the thing: bombing them guarantees. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It guarantees that they have the intention of using them. It's like when you fucking embargo. It's like when the U.S. embargoed Japan. They guaranteed an attack on America. They guaranteed it because you are literally against their national interest. That whole fucking national interest argument goes both ways. If you
it does. That's why it's not
antagonistic to someone. It's a.
We said if you're going to go in and invade all your neighbors around you and expand your power, we're going to stop selling you oil. Japanese, hey, it's against our interest, right? It's against our interest. So that's what we did. We said no more oil for you guys. Go fuck yourself. And then they came after Hawaii, right?
Like I'm saying, do you even empire, bro? I thought you were the fucking imperialist.
Yes,
No,
I am.
I'm really
I
not
am.
an imperialist.
I'm just all about U.S. interests. I don't really care about all this other bullshit.
Again, I ask you, what the fuck are the interests? Besides nebulous ass fucking talking points, what are the definable interests?
So I'll give you the list. Starting with in the fucking 80s, Iran has been a problem for the United States. We backed the Shah, and in 1979, he was deposed by this Islamic group that's been in power since 1979. Okay,
Which was our fault.
Why? Because we backed the Shah?
Yeah,
look
because
at-
we deliberately outed Mossadegh because he tried to nationalize the oil.
I mean, if you look at Iran in the 70s, there's some pictures. I mean, they're wearing swimsuits and
Yep, before we fucked with it. And what was it that we hated so much? Not even that they were going to be free, but that they were going to get the money from their own fucking oil. That's what the Anglo-Persian oil company couldn't allow.
Well, at the end of the day, I don't know about that. I just know that we are not in the business of helping countries. We are
I
in
mean,
the
it's in the
business.
encyclopedia, so you can know if you want to.
That's
Yeah,
convenient.
I just haven't read on it, guys, and that's all. So,
I'm
but
trying to be a dick, but that's convenient. That's like one of the most key points of the information you don't know.
no, I just know in '79 we backed the Shah, and these religious people, the religious group that's there, won. That's all I know.
Hi, Moonrock. How are you doing?
And they all attacked Israel several times. Israel happened to win out, and but I do know they're an ally and under the Saudi. If Iran was doing the same shit to the Saudis and said we're going to blow you off the map, we would be doing similar. We would be backing the Saudis. We always have.
No, we wouldn't.
We've always backed the Saudis, dude.
My brother in Christ, we have not attacked Yemen until they started bombing fucking ships.
We've been fucking lobbing cruise missiles at Yemen for a year.
Look what we did for Kuwait.
Well, we freed Kuwait from Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, my perspective is that's a bunch of bullshit, and that's what they tell the American people to get the support. But still, that's the equivalent of us doing something for any other country in the Middle East. Whatever excuse we come up with, even Kuwait was not too little of an excuse. We were willing to kick some serious ass and blow the shit out of that country for little old Kuwait.
I am a man of culture, all right? I like big boobs and nice hips. Calm down. All right.
Now, do you think that's just because of the Zog? Is that what you believe? You think that the CIA and that the military-industrial complex doesn't have any interest in what happened in Kuwait?
I think that the CIA,
a huge portion of it. Is it all of it? No, because I don't sit here and go, "Oh my God, it's the Jews." Am I gonna?
Well, yeah, I would agree it's a portion of it too. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I going to deny that they exist and that they influence our government? Absolutely not. Look at the CIA and our intelligence agencies' close relationship with Mossad.
For sure, and the influence is strong, or the ties are strong, brother.
Yeah.
The simple fact of the matter is the Kuwait invasion of Iraq is a different thing entirely, because that was a major oil producing economic hub that directly affected our economy. That actually is in the U.S. interest as an oil trading partner.
Bro, I'm eating fucking frozen pizza and hamburgers every day for lunch right now because of what happened to the stock market the day we fucking struck Iran. Like, all this shit is directly connected to our economy.
Yeah, actually the futures, it's all the futures market. The futures market, it's not even the price of oil at the pump, it's the futures market.
Right, so, exactly. And that's
the anticipation for higher prices just makes prices higher,
That's where the majority of my income comes from.
From futures?
It's S&P futures. So every time some shit like this happens, I don't make as much money as I did the last month.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, I guess I see it like this. I'd rather have the devil that I know, and I know that the United States has, believe me, they've done bad shit, right? And stuff that, but I do believe that we are more ethical and better than these other nations that would have take us down if they could.
That's an excuse. That's an excuse. How about reject evil in its entirety?
Well, you can't reject evil when you have other nation states that want to topple the fucking government.
No, there is a difference between taking actual action against an actual threat versus selling it to your fucking people. Because, oh my god, like if I went out and I just savagely beat a random person or robbed a random person, and then I use that as a justification for the rest of my life to
that's not what's happening. That's not what's occurring. That's not what's occurring. We've been negotiating with Iran for 4 months. We've literally been negotiating with Iran on nuclear proliferation since 1994.
Did you not just hear what Dennison told you?
Go ahead. What did he say?
About us fucking with them back when we installed the Shah. Like
okay.
Literally.
So then what? So okay. So
if I go and assault a person and I use that as an excuse to keep assaulting someone, go, I must defend myself. They hate me.
So what should we do?
I wonder why.
So we helped the Shah, the Islamic Republic won. And so what should we do? Should we allow them to blow up our cities? Should we, oh, hey, sorry.
Are they capable of blowing up our cities? No, they're not. I'll answer the question for you. No, they're not.
Okay. Well,
if they get that capability, then we fucking level the country. They don't have that capability.
They have, okay, so.
They're not going to get that capability. And you
they're close to making weapons-grade uranium.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Shoes and hand grenades. No, it doesn't.
If you're trying to stop somebody from getting the capability, close to the capability doesn't matter?
Nope, because I don't care about them having the capability. I think every nation should have the right to do what they want.
Yeah, that's what was inherent in Dennison's question. If your goal is to stop them, that's given. Then when they get close, it is bigger risk or whatever. If that's your stated goal,
I'm arguing that we shouldn't even have that goal to stop them.
I'm 1000% with you. I think you're up there preaching, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hello, hi everyone.
Hey.
All right, Bumpkin's here. That means I got a grift now.
Yeah, I'm the Griffno State warlord.
That's the first thing you think of is grifting when Bump show up. That's
see, the thing is, like, I don't like grifting, but if I don't grift, Bumpkin will get mad at me.
Yeah.
So, all right, if you guys support the show, this is our first grift break. The Griff Lord has appeared. I have to do my duty for the Griffno State. We've been going an hour and 20 minutes. If you do support the show, Cash App's running through the bottom. Please, thank you for the spirited debate. I love all of you guys. I appreciate it. Just because I disagree don't mean I don't appreciate you guys. I don't like being in an echo chamber, and I do like yelling and screaming and cussing and arguing because I'm an American, and it seems to be the best thing we do.
I love it all.
If you enjoy the
about the entire conversation,
if you enjoy the conversation, please hit the Cash App. We are only going 2 hours today unless somebody pays for an extension, and the price of the extension has been raised. It is now $10 for 30 minutes and $15 for an hour.
That's fair.
So once we hit the 2 hour mark, we'll have a 30-minute donation buy-in, so we'll be going for 2 hours and 30 minutes off the rip. That way you guys have time to decide if you want to keep the show going. Well, actually, in 10 minutes we'll be having a 30-minute. That way, right on the 2 hour mark, I can end it if nobody wants to extend it. How about that? All right, you guys keep in mind the conversation. We got a couple more videos I want to get to, but go ahead, Joe Cool.
I got a question. Yeah, who disagreed with you?
I don't think Dennison disagrees, but I don't think he agrees. I think he's neutral in his own interest, which is fine. But
Which
Ryan
just sounds like
disagrees.
Dennison, right?
I'm trying.
Just to clarify my position, I don't like that the U.S. is engaging in any type of action like this when we could focus on our people. However, if it's of U.S. interest, I believe that we are acting on behalf of U.S. interest in the region. We want a stable Middle East for oil prices, for just
Wait,
global trade.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is what it is. You think that was it was in the U.S. interest, and this is what stabilizes the Middle East?
I think that having the Saudis and Turks as the two stabilizing forces and not Iran, the Obama administration was propping up Iran so that Iran and Saudi Arabia could neutralize each other.
You did say U.S. interest, right? Are you going there? You're going to U.S.
Yes.
interest with this? Okay, go ahead.
I only care about U.S. interests. That's the number
All
one
right, go
thing.
ahead. Go ahead. Explain
So,
how this is in our interest. Yeah.
a stable Middle East and aligned with the Turks and Saudis and a neutralized Iran is in best interest for U.S. because Iran is too fucking unstable. Although they're too unstable of a country, they back the Houthis, they back various other terrorist groups around the world. We can see the funding because everybody trades in dollars.
Hey, Ryan, let me ask you something. I think this is along the lines of what Orthodox guy was talking about. Let's say I'm the guy who went over there and destabilized their country to begin with and dropped a few bombs on them. Now, when they come over here and hit me back, are they still terrorists or is it okay?
Well, explain how that happened, Joe Cole. How did that occur?
Well, just right now, we'll just stick with what's present. I think this will be easier to talk to without going to ancient geopolitics. Just right now, we had under Biden, and I don't like that nigga, but we had a deal with them. They was at 3% enriched uranium forever because we've always had a deal with them. Trump came in, killed that deal. And then when they got up to, I don't know, 60% or whatever, he drops bombs on them. Whose fault is this? I mean,
they're at 90%, but so prior to that, they have embarked on a process they actually started in the fucking 90s, right? They started recruiting nuclear scientists, et cetera, et cetera. They want ICBMs, they want all this bullshit because once they have it, much like Pakistan, you can't really just fuck with them, right?
Right.
So they can sit at the big boy table and dictate policy in the region.
Right.
That's right.
They can't be allowed. But
why not? Why
because
shouldn't it be allowed?
They're against interests of our country.
I don't care. Why do we have interest in that country? Listen, man, you're saying that we should like completely go for a stable Middle East, but I only see one goddamn country that's making it unstable, okay? And it's not the and it's not the United States. We are just the mercenaries for war. There is one goddamn country in the middle of the Middle East.
It's a bit of a misnomer.
It's
what we want is stable oil trade while the Middle East remains in the 7th century economically and technologically.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not in the 7th century, by the way.
What you're going to get is a greater Israel and a greater ethno-state for them. That's what you're going to get.
Who cares?
So, I mean, it's not an ethno-state.
I care.
Why?
It is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Why do you all of a sudden care about what's in the Middle East? Now you care?
Yeah, no. What I care about, right, is because when they own all the oil and all the resources, we're going to be paying up the fucking wazoo for it. That's why I care.
Right. But we won't be if Iran does.
I mean, have we not had stable relations with Iran in the past?
Yeah, just until recently.
Yeah, before we went over there and outed Mossadegh because they wanted to nationalize their oil.
Oh, because
they wanted to nationalize their oil and keep their own money and resources.
So you're willing to legitimately...
I'm not willing to do shit except debate you right now on YouTube. That's all I'm doing. I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling. I'm smoking.
You are willing to send American soldiers to die, so we literally...
I don't give a fuck about American soldiers, and nobody died. The B-2s dropped fucking laser-guided bunker busters on them, motherfucker. Nobody died.
We called them beforehand and told them to get out of there.
Yeah, we even gave them weeks' notice so that everybody could go home and get a paid vacation and not get hurt.
That's right. This is going to accelerate into that. It will, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see why they're not legit and coming over here and killing some U.S. citizens. Then I gotta hear some fucking gaslighter on the news telling me, oh, some terrorists attacked an American. No, You did that. You did that when fucking we got involved in a war that ain't even ours.
Exactly, because our
All war is ours. We're the global empire.
our interest is with the state of Israel. It's not with no proper oil. It's not with. If we really fucking wanted to, we could just start pumping oil out of Alaska. Our interest is goddamn with the state of Israel.
We already got the oil in Alaska. We want all the oil that's underneath Iran too.
We haven't even touched the oil in Alaska, right? If we really wanted,
Yes, why would we touch it? We got to keep that for later.
If we really wanted, if this whole entire thing was
We
about,
already have it.
yeah,
They have more oil over there. I want.
That's crazy.
Oil me. Oil me now.
Why
Finding
though?
oil in the West
Oil me.
Of that.
Because I like oil. I like
So
it.
Hedonism,
It makes all my things. It does all the things, Bumpkin.
It is just hedonism. It's just gluttony.
Yes. Nom, 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 nom. Don't you even know how to empire, bro?
That's what it is. Empire.
An empire doesn't overextend when it doesn't have to.
Well, this
The
isn't an
United States has
overextension.
never been an empire. It doesn't.
We could clean out the closet of bombs we won't even use anymore and drop it all over Iran and have a burrito. This is not an overextension.
What's
We could take over a good chunk of the world, but we don't. So we don't.
This is crazy, man. All
We
these
got the
motherfuckers.
Philippines.
Yay! This is fucking homosexual. If we actually wanted to be imperialists, we would. But we go around with the fucking soft dick using soft power to do nothing.
I agree. It's a half measure. We should have turned it into a glass parking lot and put Pizza Huts there.
Yeah, and then we should have turned into a glass parking lot fucking in the 80s.
Correct.
Like Gaza, like we're doing in Gaza now.
Yes,
Gaza
let the
is
hate
really
flow through
fucked
you.
up, bro. Gaza total fucking shreds right now.
But we're not going to do that, right? We're not going to do that. And I want you to admit this. The reason we're not going to do that is because Greater Israel can't be held on glass. That's why we're not doing it, bro. And I want you to fucking admit that before this stream's over with. Because that's the only justification. Because we can drill oil through glass. We can do that. But
hey Ryan, I got Ryan. Do you think that Israel is willing to turn Iran into the Gaza Strip, tear it apart like that? And if they are, do we
I would say that they'll
participate?
definitely do that. They'll definitely do it.
And
I mean,
it's
I
in
don't
our
want.
interest to help them.
I think that it's an ally in the region, and I think that Israel would probably not want to do anything if they could help it. Just expand economically.
Okay, but that's good to hear. But if they
And that's what
decide to
that's why they're
no,
aligned with the-
no, that's not my question. If they decide to turn
Okay.
it into a parking lot, are you going to tell me it's in our best interest to join with them in parking lot Iran and maybe Iraq next? It's in our best interest after all.
I
sounds
don't
good to
think
me.
that they'll- I think that Israel plays mostly by the rules.
I
And so
wasn't
does the
asking
US.
you that. I wasn't asking you none about that shit. If they
No,
decide
I'm
that
not-
was
I'm not- I'm
inherent
not
in my
just
question,
simply-
they have decided to turn fucking Iran and Iraq into parking lots because it's in our best interest. Should we help?
No,
Yes.
not. I mean,
On June
why
6,
would-
1967, Israeli Air Force fighters attacked Egyptian air bases, destroying 80% of their air assets. By June 7th, the air
Peace,
forces
right,
of
Ryan?
Jordan and Syria were also destroyed, mostly on the ground.
holy
But
shit.
the war
it's
was
our
being
biggest ally.
monitored.
I can't wait to see what they did to
The
help
United
us.
States
Yeah,
and
that-
other
that's
nations
wonderful.
had
You
a
know,
vested
Syria
interest
and
in what
Egypt
was
at the time.
transpiring in the Middle East. And gathered
That
were
looks like a
intelligence
blown to
both
fuck up
political and
Egyptian plane right
military
there.
planning.
Yeah, that's pretty based.
Just
What
wait.
was the U.S.
What was that? What is this?
Oh, is that the
Whoa.
Liberty?
Yeah,
Looks
whoa,
like-
whoa, whoa! What is this American ship
Yes,
doing?
Liberty.
I'm about to say it looks like a U.S. ship.
Why was it in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea during the Six-Day War?
USS Liberty.
Why did
Did you know
Israeli air
McCain's
naval
father was in
forces-
charge of investigating this incident?
Oh, that's even better. Wow.
Let's all have a moment of silence for McCain's brain tumor.
Let's not, bro.
About the meowls.
Should have fucking happened sooner.
No. Like the brain tumor is a national fucking hero. What are you talking about, Munkin?
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah.
attack
Sometimes
an
God
American
does
ship?
I mean, Israel is an ally in the region.
Why was
I
so
mean,
It's an ally in the region, but you know it broke the cardinal rule. It touched our fucking boats. They literally. Okay, look, I can understand.
so are the Turks and Saudis, by the way.
I'm not
understand
aware
that-
of this Liberty incident at some point either. What played the fair to one of y'all tell me, but I'm not aware of what happened.
I'll tell you.
Oh,
I'll
wow.
even play the video. But no, so Ryan, I can understand, their big noses hitting the mute button in their cockpit on the radio when their USS Liberty was saying, "We are in America." We're in America.
No, I don't know why that happened. I know it was a bad PR thing.
why
for
it happened.
Israel.
I know why it happened. Because they're fucking
Let me
evil.
guess. Go ahead.
They accuse the
Just because they're
US
evil.
of spying on them. They accuse the U.S. of spying on them. They're not our ally. That was their
Okay.
justification.
Well, they may not be our ally.
I can understand a strafing, right, where they machine gun the boat, right? I can get that. Their big noses hit the mute button on their fucking radio when the ship was identifying it, right? It's pecking it like a fucking woodpecker, right? But then when it turned around and it dropped goddamn napalm on the deck, hey, that's the greatest ally America's ever had. Goddamn, you respect Israel. We stand with Israel.
Don't forget-
Fuck Australia and South Korea. The greatest allies in American history, other than the French.
So
I
we have
think more
multiple
likely it was a plan
administrations.
between the White House and Israel to blame it on
Democrat and
Egypt
Republican. I
and
was
Jordan,
supporting
and then
Israel.
give the United States an excuse to enter the conflict.
Yeah. Not to mention the Levant affair, where they try to do the same. Did you just mention the Levant affair? Or are you talking about the USS Liberty?
I believe the USS Liberty was yet another example, and the White House was in on it.
Yeah, and then you have the Levant affair, which was the same fucking thing with Egypt, where you had goddamn Mossad agents that were acting like, I'm pretty sure acting like Iranians or acting like Egyptians. I think it was acting like Egyptians.
That sounds familiar.
And they were planting bombs so they could do a false flag attack. And this is all, you can look this up, look up the Levant affair. So then the US and British interests could be within attacking.
Yeah.
Egypt. It's a
that's where-
constant thing.
We did that in Iran too.
I don't care when we do it.
It was called Operation Ajax.
And don't forget Operation
And guess who
North
taught us how to
was-
do that? Guess who taught us
Operation North was for Cuba. It was the same thing. We were going to blow up our own planes and buildings and blame it
No,
on Cuba.
here's the thing.
Do you know who
Mossad-
trains our
Mossad-
CIA?
no, here's the difference, right? It's still shitty when our government does it, that we bomb our own shit, right? But Israel, Mossad didn't bomb Israeli shit. It bombed a British-owned fucking hotel. Killed British and American citizens.
Israel
They
don't
didn't
give a
kill
fuck.
Israelis. They didn't false flag Israelis. No, they killed British and American citizens in their attack. That's the difference.
Yeah, we did that too. We killed a bunch of Iranians.
Not to mention GC Ben blackmailing our politicians. Here's my thing. Do you want to know
I
why
don't think they
Israel's
need to
our
blackmail.
No, that Israel
It's
don't need
just-
to blackmail them.
It's
They
just
just
cooperation and
Right.
They
it's
just
like, oh,
line their
thanks for doing that thing you wanted to do anyway, Bill. Here's some money. Oh, thanks, Fred. I like your money.
It's not even that, right? Israel's our greatest ally because they line our politicians' pockets via AIPAC and then they supply them with underage sex slaves.
That sounds about right.
That's all it is. That's why. That's a fact. That's why. Anytime.
APAC, everybody has a line with APAC. They get voted, and they're deathly afraid of not aligning with them.
But I think
that's
it works
what-
the other way around, though. I think they have this ideology, and that's why AIPAC targets them, not the other way around.
No,
I
because
dig
not every person in the U.S. government is an evangelical or a Zionist.
No, you don't have to be brainwashed
Let's do
by
this. Let's do. go ahead.
AIPAC's policies or to support policies that are in AIPAC's interests.
He looked like he'd go die in a week. He on his deathbed.
Yeah.
He survived the napalm on the
Yeah, I've seen this video.
USS Liberty was a floating CIA intelligence gathering platform monitoring all transmissions from all sources involved in the 1967 Six-Day War. Israeli progress was followed as well as the Arab coalition of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. known as the United Arab Republic. As a result, Israel secured Sinai, all of Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. But Israeli intelligence had reported to Chief of Israeli Naval Operations, Admiral Issi Rahar, that a ship had fired upon El Arish in Sinai. This was proven to be a ruse. The only ship in that area was the USS Liberty, which flew the U.S. flag and was in international waters. In what was described by both President Lyndon B. Johnson and the Israeli government as a case of mistaken identity, Israeli air and naval assets attacked.
Now, keep in mind, how the fuck are you having a mistaken identity? When
I
this
don't
ship
believe
is-
that for a second. Right?
This ship is literally radioing Israel High Command and the fucking fighter jets, identifying itself as an American ship
Yeah.
while flying the U.S. flag.
With an American profile of an American ship.
Yeah, with a USS destroyer. So it's like, yeah, they're the only ones in the world. Nobody else has them.
Well, the whole point in flying the colors of your nation on a ship is so it's an identification. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody's ever been to the ocean, but if you look out into the horizon, you can see almost everything with a clear fucking picture if it's not storming.
Look how sexy that jet is. That's American
is a-
technology, if I recall.
That is a nice jet.
It's an
It's
F4
one
Phantom.
long fuck
So,
yeah,
let's
Phantom.
do this.
Thank you.
It's just
It's
one
a
long
fucking one big
thruster.
long fuselage. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you get a chance, go to marinetraffic.com, if you will, and you'll see what we're doing. If you can bring it up, you'll see what we're trying to do. You can look at the Gulf of Hormuz, which the Iranians just closed.
Good.
You can look
they're
at the Persian Gulf, okay, and you can see what we're trying to do as a country. We're trying to protect all that shipping traffic that you're going to see on that website. Because you can click on the individual ships, the tankers, the cargo ships throughout the whole world. So if you scroll over, okay, so okay, hone in on the Middle East. Go ahead, back the other way. Hone in.
The Gulf of Hormuz, right there.
There you go. So Iran just closed that because they're pissed off. That's going to affect oil prices. If you back out of there, click on one of them red ships. Just go ahead.
How
and
was
click
that
on
in
it.
American interest for that to happen?
Go ahead and pull that up. You'll see what the ship is. Is
Yeah,
it
it's a crude oil tanker. It's a
There you go.
tanker.
So
All the
so
red
now
ships are tankers. I've looked at this website before.
Yeah. So if you go back out and you look at the Suez Canal, okay, that was virtually closed because of the goddamn Houthis, and they had to go around the Cape of Good Hope, Cape Horn or the Cape. It's one of the capes around the tip of Africa, right? Inconveniencing the whole fucking world because of these assholes.
Wait,
If you
you
look at this
sure?
website, go ahead.
We didn't do anything to the Houthis?
The Houthis were lobbing bombs at us and Israel.
I'm talking about before
Iran
that
backed
shit.
Houthis.
What kicked it off with the
I mean,
Houthis? I looked it up and I don't
I'm
remember.
sure you're going to blame us for it because you think that the U.S. does everything, but
No,
you
no,
know.
no, I don't. And we do. But that wasn't my
Ryan, how
point.
can
My
you
point is that
simultaneously-
you pick a random spot to start from. Like that's the genesis of a thing. You've been doing that for a little while.
Well, here's the thing, Joe.
How can you be the police of the world and like be the dudes who do
We're
that
trying to
shit?
hand that off. We're trying to
And
hand
then-
it off. Okay, we're trying to hand that responsibility off. But as of right
To
now,
who? To who?
Anybody that'll take it. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
they're
why we're-
regionally.
Yeah, that's
Each
why we're
region would
telling
have its own preference.
Europe. That's right.
Now,
So
now that's something that's feasible. But
I'm
some
trying to-
superpower playing world police and we give them the authority, that won't happen.
Where's the
Well-
website for air? Where is the website for air traffic? Which one is that? Is it airtraffic.com?
yeah, it's somewhere. I don't know. I have
I
that
bet
too,
that'll-
but that
I bet
that doesn't really show shipments though. That doesn't show what we're trading, right? It just shows flights. So, but there's
neither does this one. This one just shows the ships that are there.
yeah, but you can see how much freight is moving. This is
You
how
should
I know
see
that.
this during tariffs when Trump raised the tariffs. Go to fucking China and their borders are filled because they don't let the ships go. They'll let the shit rot on the fucking boats before they send it out.
You mean like
Yeah.
this right there?
Yeah. No, that's not. We're moving freight again, but I'm telling you right now, in April and May, like if you look at those, all the traffic going, west to east, you could plainly see there was less traffic crossing the ocean.
Yeah, I looked it up about that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was. I mean, we were 30% down. A lot of shit was sitting. We canceled a lot of orders.
That was
So-
fucking Trump shit with that threatening everybody with 250% tariffs, man. Everybody was scared to ship goods because they.
Well, we're
they
trying
know
to
what
hand
they
it
do.
off, Scott. We're trying to hand this job off, Joe. Like we want the Western Pacific to be dealt with by the Indonesians, which that's a huge country and a burgeoning economy. The Taiwanese, all the way around to the Australians. We like, hey, police your own. Once we can knock China down a peg, we don't want to
Good luck.
police all this shit.
Good luck.
Well-
Russia and North Korea got they back. And by
Yeah,
the way,
that's okay.
if it's in our interest to keep niggas from getting nuclear weapons, why don't we jump on other countries? Fucking it'd be in our interest to fucking flatten North Korea. We really choose who we gonna attack. And actually we ain't choosing shit. It's fucking
It's Israel.
choose. Yeah.
It's Israel.
But how? If you
Because
start dropping bombs on North
this little
Korea,
country, it has nukes. It has nukes.
yeah, they're going to blow up South Korea, Japan. They're going to launch at the same time. I mean, if we start sending stuff there, they're going to launch as well, and then we have fucking World War III.
And we let them get nukes. We didn't bomb them. We didn't have an issue.
Yeah.
But because this little shithole right here, this little fuckwit right here, this little motherfucker.
I mean, I don't know why there's such
right
hate
here
for Israel.
has
It's
a
like,
problem.
Are
it's
you
literally-
kidding me?
Maybe they're trying to drag us into fucking World War III. Maybe that's why I hate them. These motherfuckers over here, these motherfuckers right here, these fucking bat-eating motherfuckers literally only want to control this right
I
here.
feel like you don't know a lot about the issue. Oh, that's my.
That's why I'm angry, Ryan. I know an awful lot about the issue.
Okay. Well,
Here
But
is some.
my brother in Christ, you didn't even know. You didn't even know.
Hey, look.
You
what
didn't
about
even know
about the Iranian deposement? About deposing Iran? I knew about the Liberty. I know when Israel was established. I know they were attacked many times and defended themselves with our backing.
Did
You
you
know.
know that fucking Netanyahu 33 years ago came out and said that Iran was maybe a year and some months away from having a nuclear bomb. He's used that every 5 years. He come out and say that shit, and someone attacks them motherfuckers on that shit. And 90 days ago, the U.S. intelligence agency said there is no chance that they're making nuclear weapons and everything's good. There's zero possibility. Israel
Well,
said
okay.
wait, bull. Look at
No, no.
Tulsi Gabbard come out 90
All right.
days ago.
She's an idiot. She's an idiot.
But
The
she's the head
Obama
of
administration.
intelligence. She's the head of intelligence. And
All
she
right,
said
she's a
that shit
fucking
90 days
imbecile.
ago.
Obama administration. So if that's the case, why did the Obama administration want to patrol and to inspect and do all the bullshit that he wanted to do? If they're not
They
trying
let
to obtain
'em.
nuclear weapons.
They was letting them fuckers in until Trump came in and ended the deal. Inspectors
but
had
that's not-
access.
Okay. So, and there was information that they were backdooring and still developing it without. We would go and inspect months later after they had done what they're doing. They were still refining.
Hey, I got some police. I might be bailing off.
But Joe, both parties are trying to slow Iran down from getting a weapon. Both parties for 30 years.
Agreed. It seems awful fucking selective, and the way they
Both
do
parties.
shit is just control other people's shit. I'm not about controlling motherfuckers. And then and then I think it's in our nature. Like fucking 90 days ago, every Republican was saying he's the man of peace. He's gonna withdraw us from these wars, and they just switched up when Israel say, we need you for one more. Everybody just switched up. What the fuck is that?
Well, do yourself a favor. Listen to what Obama. Since you're a Democrat, look at what Obama said about it.
God, no.
Trump has been saying this since before
But you
he got
believe
elected the
Obama.
first time.
You believe Obama, right? You believe Obama, right, Joe?
No.
Okay.
Trump
Obama
Trump
came
said
in.
that he would never let Iran have a nuclear weapon. He said it was a red line. It would never happen as so long as he was president.
I think everybody's been
Anything
saying
to
it for
stop
30 years. I guess my issue is this. When you have all their surrounding Muslim neighbors, right, from Saudis to Turkey to the whole Azerbaijan, the whole place doesn't want them to have it.
Palestine. Oh, you talking about
The whole fucking place doesn't want them to have it either. Egypt.
What was that, Joe Cool? Go off, King. Don't go off, King.
No,
Egypt.
I thought he was
Nobody
talking
wants
about
him to have it.
Israel and how Israel don't want nobody to have shit, including
No.
Palestine.
All those countries don't want them to have it.
Yeah, Israel doesn't want Palestine to have their lives. They don't
Yeah.
want Iran to
Their
have
lives.
territory. They don't want Egypt to exist either because they're different.
Do you not see none of that?
You're
That's
not
all
you're
right.
not seeing. Hey,
What?
hey,
What
what
the
if
fuck
I
are you
pull up a
talking
map right now, Ryan? I'll pull up a map right now and I'll show you like the blast radius zone of all the countries that hate Israel, and it's like a blast radius around the state of Israel. It's wild. It's wild.
Pull it up, because you can show me the Palestinian border that the Egyptians won't let the Palestinians cross into Egypt. Let's see that border. Let's see
Yeah,
that
because the
wall.
majority of the countries know the game, know this goddamn game. They create war in the Middle East so they can force surrounding countries to accept in massive amounts of immigration that will boost mega corporations
none
that
of
are
them
in the
have.
area.
None of
They'll
them
boost
have.
mega corporations that are in the area, right? They'll boost their profits because that's cheaper labor, right? Oh, that's crazy how that works. Oh,
So the Egyptians want the Palestinians, and what? No one's accepted any
Egyptians are
Palestinians.
allied with us.
There's Israel, and then all the countries surrounding Israel that have taken in no Palestinian refugees, even though one of the walls is Muslim Egypt. The other two walls are Israel that has them quote unquote gated in.
hi Arctic Timber. Oh, hi,
All right. Hello. I mean, the Jordanians won't let people from the West Bank go into Jordan. They don't want them in there either.
I'm sure that means something. I'd love to know what, because everybody says this shit. No one wants Mexicans. No one wants the so and so, the El Salvadorians. I'm sure that you have a point.
Ryan's
that you're not
correct.
saying.
Ryan's correct, but he's kind of severely
He's looking at it from a Zionist lens for sure.
yeah. The
I'm
reason
not. I don't give a fuck about the Jews. I don't care.
You argue
I'm
for
looking
them.
at them as
so-
you sure as fuck aren't fucking carrying water for them. Anyway,
I'm really not. I'm saying it's a U.S. ally.
The
The
Palestinians.
Saudis also are U.S. allies. Support them.
Well, they have a funny way of showing allyship, by funding terrorists who bomb us. But anyway, the Palestinians, which is this state right here and this little piece of territory right here, right? They were kicked out and put into Lebanon and Jordan. Trying to find Jordan.
Well, they moved into Jordan.
They were put into Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt, right, Joe Cool? Well, in Jordan, they tried to overthrow the Jordanian king.
Yes.
Same thing in Lebanon. I believe they were successful in Jordan. And
They were not.
They also tried to overthrow the Egyptian government. That's why nobody wants them in their country. That's why nobody will accept their immigration. Because here's what people don't understand. Only in the U.S. do we not care, quote unquote, about ethnicity. Everywhere else in the world is a traditional nation state, even the places in Europe that try to deny it so that they can get U.S. dollars. Here's the thing. Ethnicities don't want to be ruled by other ethnicities, and they're going to fight for power, even if they're aligned religiously or racially. That's kind of the whole point in everything else I talk about, but I digress onto the situation. That's why other Middle Eastern countries don't want Palestinians.
Well, the only ethnicities in the Middle East are Arab, Jew. There's probably no whites and very few blacks. It's mainly probably Arab, and then there's Persians, which are Iranians. And at the end of the day, the Arabs are all of the same. They have just had two different sects, Sunni and Shiite. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I see a little helicopter traveling, and it doesn't have any information on it.
Hey, I put something in the back.
Is that real time?
Yes, it's real time.
Check that out.
But we do have Israel has 20% of the population that's Arabs. 20%. They have a percentage of Arabs in their government. And guess what? The Palestinians don't have any of that. They don't have any Jews. They just have Palestinians in their government.
Palestinian was full of Jews and shit before Israel came in there and tore shit up.
British Palestine did have Jews.
Probably mostly Jews before Israel came and decided that they're going to take over.
Well,
what?
It was a British place that.
What we call
Okay,
Palestine was Jews and Muslims living in harmony for fucking 1,000 years until Israel, the state of Israel started.
I don't know if they were in harmony.
He asked
I
for the
wouldn't
yes, the
necessarily
map
say
as
that.
well.
There was the Ottoman Empire before World War One. World War One,
Facts.
when Britain
Like a-
discovered oil there, they went down there and busted up the Ottoman Empire, and that's how come we have the borders over there, the different nation states that there are now. Prior to that, they were all ruled by the Ottoman Empire, and they were all kind of somewhat at peace, but not really, because the Ottoman Empire was a long-lasting empire that was at war with the Catholic Church
Most
and the Knights
disliked
Templars
countries.
throughout history. What's that, Joe?
So tell me why,
Most
right? Tell me
disliked
why.
countries.
It looks like there was a dislike nuke just dropped right on Israel, and it's like a blast radius around it. You know how you can tell when your
Because
neighbors
they're
don't
the
like
chosen people and everybody else is jealous and butthurt.
I would take a
Yeah,
picture.
they're all
of this
jealous
shit.
of them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's not that they literally are in everyone's business and they try to start wars consecutively. No, that's not. the
Yeah,
reason,
empire,
right?
bro.
Well, look,
Yeah,
we
it's
get
their empire. It's not our empire. It's their empire. Why are we supporting another nation building their goddamn ethno-state empire?
We get
Smaller
why
than us,
Argentina
too.
hates them.
Yes, smaller than us. Oh, maybe
It's the same thing we always do. And then when you get
maybe
too
because-
uppity, we tell you that
No,
you have to give all your weapons away
There
and
is no
just
peace.
and let us have McDonald's and strip clubs. And then if you
there
say
is no
no, you end up hiding in a hole, and then you get
label
hung
you
by your
as
own people or stabbed in the butt
terrorists.
by your own people. That's
No.
literally how this shit goes down.
No, Dennis,
Yeah,
there
if you
is no
think
equality
it's ever gonna
because
happen
the
to
majority
Israel, you're
because
foolish.
they have a super majority in super PACs. They have another small majority when it comes to our Congress with people that have dual citizenship.
This is a great
right?
argument.
Every single goddamn administration seems like the majority of them have dual citizenship to this specific country in the Middle East. So yes, there is no too uppity. They would let this country reach out and stab them because at the end of the day, they have
Joe
dual
Cool-
citizenship to this country.
Joe Cool is correct. This is a great conversation, right? Joe Cool is exactly correct. This is a great conversation, and I wish I could keep it going. But this is the 5-minute. This is the 5-minute warning. There have been no extension donations, and while I do like streaming for fun and hanging out with you guys, I'm only going to do it for 2 hours unless someone pays to extend the stream. From now on, all streams will only be 2 hours. So the extension right now is $10 for 30 minutes. $15 for an hour, and we have 3 minutes until the show is going to end. I'll give you a buffer zone of 10 minutes afterwards. This is a great conversation. I would like to keep it going, and I do have some more videos that I would like to share, but we've been having a heated discussion.
I got one in the back.
Welcome
It
back,
was-
everybody.
If you got time, I got one in the back I'd like you to show too. It's
I got
Trump opinion. I hope it's Trump's opinion on Saudi Arabia
All right, we'll play that.
before and after presidency.
I'm banned from Instagram. I can't even see it.
Most corrupt person ever to seek the presidency.
Saudi Arabia giving $25 million. Qatar.
These are people that push gays off business, off buildings. These are
cares?
people that kill women and treat women horribly, and yet you take their money.
Some people say, oh, you shouldn't accept gifts for the country. My attitude is, why wouldn't I accept a gift?
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level. I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. And I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane.
The difference between us and Hunter is when my father became commander in chief of this country, we got out of all international business. Our partners, DAR, is, I'm doing a project with them in Oman, that's spectacular. 2 in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, 1 in Jeddah, and several others around the world that we haven't even announced. We became the most canceled people in the world, all because we're associated with politics in the United States. Cryptocurrency, and certainly our venture into cryptocurrency, is going to make the big banks regret that.
I wish my name was Hunter Biden. I could go abroad, make millions off of my father's presidency. I'd be a really rich guy. It would be incredible.
I think it's an incredible thing, and a lot's going to change in the very near future. And I think my father's administration is going to try to do that. When I look at crypto, not just Bitcoin, but across the board, I see just a lot of incredible opportunities.
That's my point, is that he hated them niggas. They gave him the money. Now suddenly, we'd be a fool not to take it. It's wishy-washy, motherfucker. No, they're evil. And you probably roll with that shit, Ryan, if you're still up here. They're evil. They support terrorism, all of these things. And you probably was parroting that because you seem like the type. And then Trump changed his mind when they offer him particularly money, and fucking you ride with it. Those are our allies. When Trump tell you they're our allies, that's when they're our allies.
Yo.
He was gone that whole time.
Come back. I heard some of it.
Oh.
Well, we've got
Joe.
We have.
I think Joe. I think maybe you
we
should.
have 15 minutes till the top of the hour, and at 12 o'clock, I'm going to be ending it if no donos come in. So y'all have at it for the next 15 minutes.
Support the Griffin State. If you don't support the Griffin State, this may or may not be.
See, Iranians.
Was that from
come after
Reacher?
You guys.
No, it's from the movie about
So, like-
El Chapo.
So at this point, Joe. So you think we should back the Iranians in their dispute with the Saudis and Turks?
No, that wasn't my thought. If you asked me, I'd say that it's not our fucking affairs. I think we should
Just let Iran get a nuke.
Yes, first of all, definitely let Iran get a nuke, because I don't believe that Israel has them, and Israel don't allow inspectors. They don't put out none of their business. All the shit that they accuse other people are doing, they did unmolested and got away with it. And now they're telling other mother. Iran don't allow inspectors. Neither do you. Motherfucker.
Well, okay. So Joe, they've had a nuke since the 80s, and they've not used it yet. Iran has vowed to use it against Israel and the United States.
Do you think that if hold on,
Jordan,
they
they
haven't,
would have had
there's
to
a
have
reason
tested
why
it
they haven't.
somewhere.
There's a reason why they haven't signed anything about this nuke, right? Do you really think if the state of Israel existing was really into question that they wouldn't fucking use it, Ryan?
I mean, they can't really, not against us.
No, I don't care about us, bro. Of course, we are literally the big dog in the fight.
Now he doesn't
one's
care about
touching
us.
No one's touching us. No one's fucking touching us.
That was my
right?
point earlier.
Yeah, okay. But the problem is that we're going to send, because this will inevitably, mark my words, mark me, all right? Mark me.
All right,
We will
marked.
eventually have boots on the ground, right?
Híjole
In this
bien.
goddamn, in the goddamn sand country again, 4,000 miles away, and American soldiers are going to have to die. I know this because I have active duty dudes that are being served lobster and steak right now in the fucking mess hall. They already are preparing them to go into this conflict. I don't care, bro.
And again, it'll be one where there is no exit strategy. They'll tell us it'll be over 6 weeks. 6 years from now, I'll be fucking arguing with Ryan about whether it was justified or not.
Exactly, the Samson option. The Samson option is where Israel has said that they will bomb every major city with their nukes to usher in a war to end all wars if they can no longer exist.
Who said that?
If they can, Israel, the Samson option. The Samson option is where they will bomb New York, DC, every major city they can.
That's what they said. That was a smart thing to say if they said. Who the fuck said that?
They did say it.
Did those specifically say those American cities?
Yeah, they give off a specific fucking name. Here, hold on.
Holy shit. Well, I don't see why we're backing them at all then anymore.
The majority of our Congress
What
is
the fuck?
dual citizenship to them, aren't they?
I mean, I take that a little personal. You know what I'm saying?
You should.
I don't think that they said it. I don't believe that the state of Israel has stated that they're going to do the following.
No, they can't do
How are they
that
gonna
to
do it?
us.
Santa says check your
Have you
PayPal.
seen the size of Israel?
Yeah, they're a little micro dot on a
We
fucking.
could open up like an old fucking. Yeah, dude. Like seriously, there's nothing.
Yeah,
Is
but look, I will give Israel this one thing, right?
we could destroy them 4,500 times over. They're not launching nukes at us.
The thing is about the Samson option. I will give Israel one caveat. The Samson option is the last option. It's not their stated nuclear policy. Well, it is their stated nuclear policy, but it's not a first strike doctrine. It is literally, if the state of Israel is threatened, if its existence is threatened, then they'll just say fuck it and nuke everybody. They can get
all the non-nuclear countries, not the ones that can wipe them off the face of the planet.
I think
That
he
would
said
defeat the
that
purpose.
fucking U.S. was on the list. He said.
I don't believe that. I'd have to see evidence of that. And it wouldn't change my mind, by the way. I just don't think they would say something like that out loud because it's not in their best interest.
They attacked the
Yeah, it
USS
sounds
Liberty.
crazy. Exactly.
I mean, they attacked the USS Liberty in the Mediterranean years ago. I mean, you guys forget about that?
We literally, I literally just played a video on it.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah. he
And then the
literally
Levant
did.
affair.
I didn't know nothing about it to Orthodox this show.
That's why I think they had the okay to do so from the White House.
Of course,
To
it's
drag the
logical.
United States into the region. Yeah, I don't
Yes.
think that they
Anytime-
thought they would get away with it otherwise. Right?
All
It
of
wasn't
these
that
things
well
start
planned.
off with a ship in international waters. It's really murky. Who fired upon it? That's the standard way of starting skirmishes nowadays. It sounds like it's set up.
It's U.S. interests, and right now we're aligning ourselves with the Indians to go against the Chinese. We aligned ourselves with the Chinese to go against the Russians. We aligned ourselves with the Chinese to go against the Japanese. We're aligning ourselves with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, all of NATO to go against the Russians currently.
Do you know why?
We will switch sides in a minute if it lines up with U.S. interests. Whether we
Agreed.
back the Afghanis against the Russians, and then fight the Afghanis. It's about U.S. interests,
Vanta,
not right and wrong.
There is a new price for an extension. I will go ahead and give it to you. I don't know if you heard it. The extension into cost is now $10 for 30 minutes and $15 for an hour. I will go ahead and give you at least 15 minutes for that because all donations are appreciated and these are new rules. So this is a message from Vanta. For Greater Israel or else activate the Samson option, inshallah.
Wait, you got a good one up here.
Vanta wants to know your PayPal. Vanta wants to know your PayPal, Orthodox.
He already got it.
Vanta's already got it.
Wait,
Okay,
Vanta,
so
first
which-
of all, new bombs don't leave all that nuclear fallout. Those were old bombs. New bombs,
That's-
I think, a little different.
I don't know about all
He was
that.
just donating to the cause
Radiation.
based.
No, I think most of them are hydrogen bombs as opposed to whatever they were using back in the day.
It's
no need
not
to-
the
It's on camera
regular
radiation.
fallout.
Santa, do you want the new booty, old booty, or do you want to be gay and have the woman booty?
No, okay.
No, he wants to.
We gotta see, dudes.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. And maybe wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my beer, you really have to see it. 6 feet 2 in a coat. Those lights, but luckily the leaves go backing on it. Rhymes. Good.
I love seeing Joe Cool get super close to his goddamn camera during that.
Vanta is now my enemy. Oh, booty!
Like every time it popped up, his ass got super close to you, this small ass smile on it, little smirk on his face, and he's watching it go.
So this is from Iraq veteran 8888. For those of you who love YouTube, We will do a 15-minute extension though, because Vanta is a great supporter, and I know as long as he's enjoying the show and dropping, he will get some extended time. So at 12:15, if nobody wants to extend it, we'll drop out of here. So this is from Iraq veteran 8888.
Hey,
I
listen,
don't
see if
think
y'all
this
can
is
hear this.
affecting
Listen,
news.
be quiet. Hold on. Listen, see if you can hear these people arguing. Can y'all hear that dude
A
arguing?
little
with his
bit.
chick?
We can hear it a little bit, but we can't make out what they're saying.
All right, don't worry about it. Then he just put his chick out the car. She flipped him off. Now he's
Oh,
arguing.
wow.
What about Bethany? Bethany did this. Fuck you. They going at him.
Iranian's banking system is primarily based on Islamic banking principles, which prohibit the charging or receiving of interest, riba. Instead, the bank utilizes very Sharia-compliant financial instruments and contracts to facilitate transactions. Many people are saying that a lot of this is to install a kosher central.
I know, right? You preaching to the choir, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
Why are black people allowed at the movies?
So just slow it down a little bit. We're gonna see some weapons testing, some Iranian weapons testing. All right, here we go.
What is this?
You know what it's. I know what it's gonna be just because what he said.
Israel be afraid. America
Israel be
fear.
very afraid. If you attack us with plywood, this is what'll happen to you.
Oh Lord.
So whoever posted this knew exactly what they were doing, bro. What the fuck?
That's funny.
I love archery so much.
Yeah. What? What? Oh, that. Oh.
Well, hold on, we're going back on that. What kind of tip is that? Look at that. That ain't no fucking way.
That went
like
through.
Look like
That's a
my
bull
bowl.
saw.
God damn.
My bowl as a
It
lethal
turned
weapon.
it turned the tip of it into a bandsaw.
That's the weed. That's the bowl tip. Like,
He be
What
smoking
arrows
and
can
sending-
penetrate metal riot shields?
I do a
Like
riot
that-
shields, huh?
that's essentially.
Joe, shut up. Joe, shut up.
All right, look. Have y'all ever
They
seen that
using
movie?
that
I
shit in
can't,
the ghetto now. They using fucking
I can't
Nah.
remember that movie. You remember that black comedy movie where, like, you want your cornbread? I just keep thinking about. I keep thinking about that every time I watch this. Is this real
What
cornbread
is the Civil
video?
War general doing? What the hell?
People around.
Huh?
He's dressed up like a Civil War general. Go ahead.
Well, no, this is Townsend, bro. They do all kind of old recipes and like a Revolutionary War, Civil War, and industrial era. Well, they specify for the time period in between the colonial and Civil War era.
Around the United States today, you will get so many different answers. Cornbread has to be sweet, or it has to be made out of white cornmeal or yellow cornmeal. Maybe it can't have sugar in it, or it has to be a particular shape. But my
Well, Lauren, if you donate to extend the show, you get the newest. You get that new schmeat. We don't have new booties for girls. We got new schmeat for ladies.
Yeah, I
Gross.
really hated that I had to edit that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Dennison.
You did a really good job for somebody who hated
Yeah, really
it.
good at it.
Well, I wanted
My
the production
question
value
is,
to be on
what
par
is
with
the
everyone
real
else.
cornbread
And he made it like 2
250
minutes
years
fucking
ago,
long.
or
It's
300?
like 80 times
Oh
longer
my
than the female booty.
That's what I'm
It's not
saying,
2
bro.
minutes
For
long.
somebody who didn't want to edit it, you sure as fuck made it fucking 45 minutes long.
It has 10 more seconds than the original booty.
There's fucking
My-
chapters in this new clip.
There is not.
There's a fucking
chapters.
character arc in the
There
fucking new
is
clip.
not chapters.
Unironically, when I clicked on the video when you sent me, it was divided into segments like on YouTube.
That's a hero's art.
Now, I know you're already jumping into the comment section telling us what your cornbread is. And for me, I grew up in northern Indiana. So cornbread is yellow and personally, it came out of a little blue box. Cornbread is a dish of the Americas. Depending on how you look at it,
I don't like my
cornbread
sweet.
has been made for literally thousands of years by the Native Americans. But what about when European settlers come to the New World? They have their own idea of exactly what bread is. Now, that can be a diverse answer, but most people think of bread as wheaten bread. It's a large, fluffy loaf. And they come to the Americas and they don't have wheat. It doesn't grow well here, at least right off the bat. And so they have to work with Native American corn. Native American corn does not easily turn into something like wheaten bread. It is just not made of the right kind of stuff. The lack of gluten within the corn really doesn't allow the yeast anything to work upon. So you don't get these wonderful, nice air pockets inside of your bread. Now, interestingly, even within Great Britain, there were regions and cultures that had different main grains that grew there. So barley in some place, oats in another area, or rye. Now, these grains don't make very good bread either. And the people that grew those grains in those particular regions wanted bread, and they had to make a bread substitute with those. And they usually have to make do with oat or barley fruit, something that most people wouldn't consider as bread. But those people that lived in those regions, they actually liked the bread better than wheaten bread generally, unless they wanted to look like they were upper class or middle class people that could afford the more expensive wheat bread. Exactly the same thing happens in North America. Corn doesn't make regular bread, and so people end up making Johnny cakes or maybe hoe cakes. These are just little flat cakes, which we wouldn't call bread at all. Very flat, kind of grainy, and with a very distinct taste. Now, most people still wanted real bread. How did they make real bread with corn? Now, there certainly is a distinction between cornbread and bread made with corn. These Europeans are looking for bread, the kind of normal bread they're used to, and so they're going to be making a bread made with some corn. But generally, it's made with a combination of other grains, usually wheat or possibly rye, sometimes all three. When we look at the descriptions, and descriptions are all we have these simple ideas of, well, they made their bread with corn and wheat and rye, or they made their bread with corn and wheat. Sometimes they say they made their bread with just corn. But no matter how you try to make bread with just corn, it really doesn't turn out to be anything like what they would call bread. As ubiquitous as bread made with corn was in the 18th century, the funny thing is we really don't have any recipes for it. There are no American cookbooks from the 18th century except for Amelia Simmons's little cookbook from 1796-97. And corn is used in this little cookbook, but never does she make anything that we would call cornbread or even bread at all. She does have a recipe for Johnny cakes. So there's something like a little flat cornbread, but we have to look at other works to even get a concept for what their bread made with corn was like. Our first real recipes that we get for bread made with corn or something like cornbread comes in the 19th century. In The Art of Bread, in 1804, we have a maize bread recipe. And this one is a description of bread or a recipe for bread that really meets the description all through the 17th and 18th century about how they basically made their bread with corn. The recipe reads like this. Take a peck of the meal of maize, mix it up with water, and boil it over a fire till it comes to the consistency of paste. Then take a peck of wheat flour and knead both together with a proper proportion of salt and yeast into a dough. Allow
How
it
much
to
is it
stand before
packed?
the fire for 2 hours to ferment, and then divide it into loaves and put them in the oven. Pretty simple recipe. It's almost as simple as regular bread, but with the corn, we have to boil it up into basically a cornmeal mush, and then we mix that with our wheat, and that will turn into something like, well, what we would consider cornbread. Now, we're not going to make a giant recipe here. We just need
I don't know. I think the audience might be getting the hint.
to boil 1 cup of cornmeal in a little bit of water. We want to boil it in just enough water that we get a nice thick paste. This will take a little bit of time. So
Is this our
stir it
version
the
of,
entire time or it'll burn on the bottom of the
Soko?
pan. We're going to allow this paste to cool off. I'm just going to
What?
spread it around this bowl.
Is this our
and
version
then
of
we can
Soko?
mix it with
Yeah.
our wheat flour. And I'm
They
going
want the war
use
conversation to
just
continue
1
and
cup
the
of
bread
wheat flour
conversation to
here. I'll
stop.
use a whole wheat flour.
Yeah.
And we're going to knead this
They're gonna-
together. It's going
they're
to
gonna have to
create a
donate?
very, very loose dough.
Pretty much.
And we can mix that
Or
with
the show
a
will
little
end.
bit of yeast. I've got a little
Show's
bit
ending
of
after this,
yeast
by the way, if
here
you guys don't
and
donate.
some salt.
Pretty much.
Once we've got
No
this mixed up,
extension
we
is
can
met.
put it
Show's
right
going
into
to end.
something like a pie pan,
well,
or if
this
you
only
want
has
a
4 more
loose
minutes.
loaf, you can
I
also
am
do that,
into
but
his,
it's going to spread out. So the best way to
15
really
minutes.
bake this
I have
is
another
to
video.
bake it in some sort of a pan, either a little square
about
pan
wine.
or a pie pan like I've got here. I would let this rise for about an hour. It will kind of puff up a
Yes.
little bit, give it room to grow. And you can bake this, I would say, in a pie pan, something like 35 or 45 minutes at about 400 degrees. Now, can we make
There's
cornbread
never enough,
without any
Jordan.
flour? Yes.
Yes, let the
by
Griff No
Mary
Steak
Randolph.
flow
This is
through you.
1824, and
Yeah.
she makes a cornmeal bread. She says, rub a piece of butter the
Rule for
size of
thee,
an
not
egg
for
into
me.
a pint of
Give more
cornmeal.
money.
Make it into a batter with 2 eggs and some new milk. Add a spoonful of yeast.
Israel
Set
Max
it by the fire to rise. Butter little pans and bake it. This recipe seems to be the first one that gives us our classic
Yes,
concept
Orthodox
of
guy's the evil
cornbread
one,
as we
not
know it
Darth
today.
Bumpkin.
We're going to take that butter and rub it into our pint of cornmeal. We're going to add in 2 eggs and some new milk. Now, new milk, we probably just want to use regular whole milk in this case. Again, a spoonful of liquid yeast. A regular packet of yeast is going to work fine for this. We're going to set it by the fire to rise and bake it in those smaller tins. This is the real cornbread from 250 years ago. It doesn't look like bread, does it? It doesn't look like your standard loaf of bread. It's flat. Even when I tried to get it to become a loaf, this is as much as you could possibly get out of it. In fact, there is one reference where they talked about making it and they would basically pile it up on the thing and it would kind of flatten out like this, and then they would put more on top of it and let it bake, and then put more on top of it and let it bake to try to build it up. It doesn't work very well. But if we're here just for taste, then let's find out what it tastes like. So I've got this one. This is the half and half that has wheat flour and cornmeal in it and yeast. And that's it. That's all there is to it. It kind of looks like it has a typical cornbread texture to it. And it does have some leavening in there. It's not just super dense. And
I've been showing educational videos for the longest. I'm only messing with y'all. If y'all don't want to watch it, post something in the chat.
You're just watching cornbread, bro. Show's gonna end pretty soon anyway.
it smells
Yeah, like I don't really have any like. Do y'all like? I don't really want an entire debate to continue on the war. If I'm just gonna end the fucking stream, that would be like a cock tease and mean.
a lot more bready than you might expect. It does have a cornbread smell, but
Jokes on you. I'm enjoying educational content.
and it's
No, that's why I like doing it, because a lot of people don't like search YouTube for this stuff, and I like bringing stuff to share with people. Like I don't really care about the grift. I do a whole stream on shit like this.
I want that
very,
dude's
very
cabin.
flavorful.
Oh no, you haven't. This ain't
bread
even
that we eat today.
You haven't seen
You know,
that
even a whole wheat loaf
on their property.
doesn't have a whole lot of flavor to it. You put butter on it, you put other things on it.
It's like they don't
Bread
just do food. They do like how to make clothing from the time period. and everything.
By itself, other than the crust, doesn't have a lot of flavor. This is like crust all the way through, flavor-wise. You don't really end up with a true crust on it like you would a crusty bread. So this is the typical cornbread from 300 years ago. Now, if we go to the later cornbread, this is probably closer to what we would consider a cornbread, the Virginia housewife. It doesn't have as bready a texture. This holds together as almost a bread. This is a lot more crumbly. I think it's a lot more like what we would consider some kinds of cornbread today. A little grittier, you know, compared to so many cornbreads that you might have today, whether it's made from scratch or it's made out of a box. The trouble to go to make this one is definitely worth it.
I just enjoy that channel so much. So
Makes me
here's
want
the next
cornbread
video
now.
about here's the next video about wine. And if nobody donates for an extension, I will give everybody their final words after this video, and then we're gonna bounce.
Today we're going to be taking a look at a wine kit and how you do that. A lot of homebrewers are.
You didn't have to show this thing about
defined by
wine.
the
You just
big
wanted to see
boxes
the
of
wine, bro.
kits that are out there.
Yeah, like wine.
And I think there's
Yeah.
a little fear factor in making wine. One of the things that we run across is people think it's far more difficult or more finicky than.
Did you? I got one just for you, Bumpkin. We'll save this one for a later day when you're still asleep and I don't have to grift. Here, I got you. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Da 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 da. Here we go, Bumpkin. Would you be more happy? Would you be more happy with moonshine?
That's racist.
Why would I be more happy with moonshine? Are you trying to say something?
Yes. So here we go. I'm not having any good videos come up.
I say we say fuck it and end that shit because we're already over the 2-hour mark by almost 30 minutes.
But I like streaming.
I mean, you're the one that set the 2-hour mark. Why are you gonna set the 2-hour mark and go over the 2-hour mark?
There we go. Boom.
Volume Supply, makers of stainless steel and copper distillers and brew kits. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make a corn whiskey moonshine mash. You'll need 8.
When did you send me body cam footage? Hold on. Wait, Lauren, we did review the body cam footage you sent me yesterday. What are you talking about, lady?
2 pounds of crushed malted barley, and either a brew system or a large pot. We're going to be using Clawhammer's 10.5 gallon digital electric brewing system. And the first step.
Oh, this bro's fancy. Digital electric brewing system. Yeah.
To your kettle and heat it up to 165 degrees. Once the corn has been added, turn off the heat and stir it in. At this point, we're just going to let the corn sit at a higher temperature to allow it to break down a bit. After this happens and it's able to cool down some, we'll add the barley. You'll notice that within a few minutes, the corn becomes extremely thick and somewhat unmanageable. After mash is complete and the starches have been turned into sugar, this liquid will actually thin out quite a bit. While the corn is sitting, I'm going to go ahead and get my brew system hoses hooked up. Our system has the capability of adding a pump, which will allow us to recirculate liquid over the grain bed, and I'll be doing that for this mash. Before we can move on, you need to allow the corn to cool down to 100.
That'd be a great video to play if somebody gave an extension.
148 degrees. All right, the alarm's gone off. It's dropped to 148 degrees. It's time to add the malted barley. First thing I'll do is turn off the pump, lift this.
Oh, pause it.
Close.
If you want to see, and there's a title of the video, Carmelo Anthony self-defense destroyed by new CCTV footage. If you would like to see that, you have to donate $10, or we're going to do it at a later date.
I don't think the footage is public. Not to, shit on the Grifto state.
Yeah, it's not public, Mumpkin. That would be giving them something we can't
Is that
deliver.
the right one? Is that the right one, or is she talking about a different one?
It's
No,
just going to
they're
be
just-
somebody commenting on it because they've allowed some of media to view it in person.
For the sake of production value, after this video, if Joe Cool wants to, we can review this footage because it's only 12 minutes long, and then we're gonna end it.
Was my ball valve?
That's wild. We're just going to the 3-hour mark at that point.
Give it a quick stir.
Well, I like streaming. I don't want to grift too close to the sun. I like streaming and doing content. I'm gonna be real with you.
I have a 12-minute video that may
That's up for real.
be of some
I don't
interest.
like grifting too close to the sun.
You'll never encompass the dark side if you do not grift too close to the sun.
At this point, it is extremely thick. It's almost
People already asked Matt about my views on tipping, and I just don't like grifting.
a solid mass of corn. Probably could put some salt on this and eat it as grits. Yep, definitely. So I'm going to add my malted barley here. The barley must be crushed and malted for this recipe. And it's just kind of sitting on top. I'm not even going to bother stirring it in. One thing I will do is set the temp on my controller to 148 degrees. So I'll now maintain 148 for the duration of this mash. Open my ball valve and turn the pump back on. You'll leave this sit and recirculate for 60 minutes. You will definitely need to stir while mashing. I would recommend hitting it once every 10 minutes for the 60-minute mash. You'll know the mash is working about 15 to 20 minutes in when the mash thins out and becomes less viscous. All right, our 60-minute mash is complete. And as you can see, the consistency of this mash has changed dramatically since we first started. It's really easy to work with now. That's how you can tell that the malted barley has done its job and converted all of the starches in the grain and corn into sugar. One thing I would suggest is that you scrape the grain away from the inside of the basket so it drains better in the next step. All right, moving on. I'm gonna turn the heat off here. I'm gonna get some help from a friend. We're gonna drain the liquid out of this basket. So I'll lift it up, we'll pop some clips in, and then we'll allow this to sit and drain. Okay, so the grain has drained. I'm going to pull it out. As you can see, we ended up with about 5 3/4 gallons of liquid. After transferring and fermentation, we'll be down to right about 5 gallons, which would be perfect for one of Clawhammer's 5-gallon stills. Now we have a decision to make. You can either cool this down and pitch yeast in it now, or you could bump it up to 170-ish to give it a soft pasteurization. You can even go up to 212 if you wanted to bring it to a quick boil, and then cool it back down to yeast pitching temp. I'm assuming that a lot of people watching this video don't have DSPs. They're not going to be drinking this. They're just going to be making fuel and putting it in their lawnmower. In which case, we absolutely don't need to heat this up to 170 or 212. We can just cool it down straight from here to 70-ish degrees, which is yeast pitching temp, pitch some yeast in it, and move on. And that's what I'm going to do right now. So what I'm doing now is hooking up a flat plate heat exchanger so we can cool this down and get it into a fermenter. All right, this is a pretty simple system. We have hot water that comes out of the bottom of the kettle. It's circulated via the pump through a flat plate heat exchanger back into the kettle. I'm going to go ahead and get the pump circulating. I'm going to go ahead and get water circulating through my chiller here, and we will get cooling.
grifting works naturally if you enjoy streaming. Well, Vanta, I mean, I can grift. I don't want to. You don't know how to properly grift. Okay. Scared money don't make money. Well, you know what? How about next time, in order for you to come up, you have to drop a $10 ball? How about that?
I mean, look at his name. I mean, just look at his name.
Yeah. You're nigga rich. How about that? So I haven't come to terms. I just like streaming to have fun, man.
Alarm's going off here. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off. I'm gonna turn my water off.
Okay, I'm just going to pop this hose over into my fermentation bucket. Turn the pump back on. And I'm going to transfer everything over into the bucket. I did sanitize this.
Yeah. Looks like transmission fluid.
Okay, 2 more steps and then we're done. We're going to take a sample of the wort from the fermenter here. I'm going to try it a little bit as well.
Exactly.
Right, I mean radiator.
Oh yeah, it's really good, really sweet, which is what we want.
Transmission fluid.
Looks like we're at about 7.5%. If you're making distilled spirits for consumption, then you would probably want this in the 8 to 10% range. If you're making fuel alcohol, you'd want the alcohol by volume to be as high as it can be, which is going to be in the 18 to 20% range. If you wanted to bump up the alcohol content, you could just add granulated sugar that will bump up the potential alcohol.
Yeah, pulls it up to the fucking 90%, bro.
A percentage alcohol increase table.
I wouldn't know anything about that, though.
In the article.
I wouldn't know anything about that, though.
Last step, we are going to add some distiller's yeast. We're using White Star NGS Nutri-Grain Spirit Corn Craft Distilling Yeast. This looks to be way more than we need for 5 gallons. So what I'm going to do is just sprinkle a little bit on top here and cross my fingers and hope.
You did not give an entrance fee every time you came up. You gave you grifted one time. Calm down there, buddy.
Hopefully it works. Okay, that was actually a little more than I usually use. Really, you want to just sprinkle a very fine layer of the top. What I'll do now is put a lid and an airlock on this thing. Give me a second, man. Okay, I've got a lid on here. Next, I'm going to aerate it by just shaking the bucket here. You need to do this for about 60 seconds. And then I will add an airlock with sanitizer solution in it. We'll leave this sit for a week. Once it's done, throw it in a still and run it through the still, and you'll have distilled alcohol. Regarding the legality of distilling, according to federal rules and regulations, personal stills of any size may be owned without any necessary permits, so long as the stills are not used nor intended to be used to produce alcohol. Stills can legally be used to produce fuel alcohol and distilled spirits, so long as the owners possess either a fuel alcohol or a federal distilled spirits permit. Fuel alcohol permits are easy to get and they're available online. We will put a link in the description of this video. Remember, state laws also apply to still ownership and operation, so research the rules in your state.
That was very nice. I like distillation. It's cool. Joe Cool, are you there? There's a video request for body cam footage. Somebody wanted to get your reaction to.
Their squad car. What happens next turns into a complete nightmare for officers.
You have an issue? Do you have an issue, sir? An issue? Hey, you better back up from me. You can back the fuck up. You put you on suspicion of something. Recognize. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't be looking at
If you want to approach me, you want to approach me?
And what? And what are you gonna do?
Sure, Adam, I'm out with us.
Thank you for coming by, Distant Lights.
You gonna walk away?
Shut the
Okay, spit on the ground. What's that supposed to do?
Yeah, what are you gonna fucking do?
I'm not doing anything. I'm standing here. What's your problem, bro?
What they mad
Okay,
about?
go inside.
You're dismissed. Get your ass back.
I'm not dismissed. I could actually cite you for walking across the street, not on a crosswalk. If you want to have.
Not in the residential neighborhood.
What the fuck?
Or that. That's an easement over there. This is a setting
You're
here.
done. Hey, no, you're now detained.
Okay,
Stop.
what's your reasonable articulable
For
suspension?
what?
It's a ticket. Hey, whoa.
One could argue that he's acting erratic and poses a public danger.
Yeah, I hate.
How would one argue that? What facts would you use to argue that?
Disorderly conduct. He's being loud and uppity. Disorderly conduct.
Uppity, I love it, bro. Uppity.
I hate to be that guy, but I've seen cops argue and win that in court.
It's not against the law to be disrespectful and yell at a cop, man. I would say the cop needs to go to jail for targeting a guy who's well within his rights and threatening him. It's a residential neighborhood. You can cross where the fuck you want. I see houses on the other side of that street.
Yep.
No, that like citing him for walking without walking the crosswalk, that was bullshit. Obviously,
Yeah, agreement, but he's acting erratic, he's acting in a way that could show that he may be a threat
I
to
took out the
someone.
garbage. Maybe I missed something. I just can't. He was walking away from her, being very mouthy.
All right, we'll restart.
Aggressive male approaches a patrolling officer parked in their squad car. What happens next turns into a complete nightmare for officers.
You have an issue? Do you have an issue, sir?
An issue?
Hey, you better back up from me.
You can back the fuck up. What's your reasonable articulable?
Now, her asking if you have an issue is not an officer starting shit. They're even if they were just peace
Yes,
officers.
it is.
That's what they're. That's what.
It's a shit attitude. It's disrespectful, and it's none of her business.
Dennison is correct, and we gotta admit that dude coming in hot too. And she's totally
Not
out of pocket.
professionalism.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing a bunch of cop haters. All right, I'm gonna go make breakfast. I'll be back. bro.
No,
This
I
is
mean
fucking-
I am also a fellow cop hater. I hate the police, but I don't see asking someone if they have an issue. I don't see where it's a big deal.
Because this dude
It's
was
not a
walking
big
up
deal.
the
It's
street
just
in their car.
unprofessional, and it's unnecessarily escalates the situation.
I don't expect everyone to be professional all the time.
If Dennison walked
I
up
do.
with me and my
I
friends,
expect
we're sitting
cops to
out
be
there and he-
professional when they're in uniform all the time.
And here's the thing: expect, perhaps not. But when you're not professional as a cop, you get punished.
Yep.
You should be. And isn't it bogus
no.
to ask the motherfucker, you got an issue? Ain't that like somebody asking me, you got a problem? What's your
Yeah, she
issue?
talks like a street thug.
Keep your mouth shut.
She doesn't
Motherfucker.
talk like a representative of the state or its monopoly on force.
So if so you're saying a cop should be professional no matter what, even if people are unprofessional towards them.
It is
Correct.
in their
That's
duty as
the
part
law.
of their job description.
That's wild.
It's the
Okay.
law. Yeah, they cannot even take offense to the things you say. It's illegal. You cannot.
Yeah, they can't take offense to things. Sure, yeah, that's legally sound. Absolutely.
It's
They
written,
would-
though.
It's ruled by the Supreme Court.
They would never do that, right? Right.
Cops
You
cannot be the
mentioned-
victim of disorderly conduct. They're expected to control their behavior when people say stupid shit.
You have to have balls to have them played with first, sir. Donate money, and then I'll believe that you have testicles.
Right. We could also make a law tomorrow saying the sky is green, but it's not going to make it fucking real.
I don't know what you mean by real.
I
100% don't want people to be cops unless they can be professional under extreme circumstances.
I agree.
I love it.
And no one will be cops ever, which I think is your goal.
Nah, it's
I have
cop.
no idea what you're talking
Pun
about.
intended.
If you want to approach me, you want to approach me?
And what? And what are you gonna do?
Sure, Adam, I'm out with us.
I want to see a world where they can just have an Old West draw if there's a problem, because I feel like eugenics
okay
would go a
with that.
long way
I
if
think
that
I
was the
could take
case.
most cops. I'm okay.
There isn't a problem. He's about to go walk across the street away from her into his own
Yeah.
yard and go fuck off into fuck off land, but she couldn't have it.
Do you really
Her
think
ego
somebody would
was
be-
still
do you
hurt.
really- Do you really think somebody with this dude's fucking mental capacity is capable of functioning in society with or without the police? Absolutely fucking not.
Of course, that's why he's alive. It doesn't take a lot to function.
And I don't think it's upon her to make any decisions about that. He made it this far. He's done okay.
What I wouldn't do is give him a badge and a uniform. That's what I would.
Yes, because he'd be worse than her.
No, you would just give him rights that every other citizen has.
Yes.
This dude belongs in a fucking mental hospital.
The bare minimum right to not be assaulted by a pig of the state. Yeah, unfortunately, I would.
Yeah, the bare minimum. I love you niggas, bro. This is a great.
I didn't say he could vote. I didn't say he could fuck your sister. I said he shouldn't be harassed by the armed state for fucking saying "fuck you" with the camera and then fucking off. He proceeds to fuck off, but she cannot.
He literally approached her. He literally
and then proceeds to fuck off. Literally proceeds to fuck off, but she can't have it. Her ego won't allow it to de-escalate.
He was literally fucking off. He would have continued to fuck off until he was out of fucking range of any bullshit. No, this dude belongs to the mental hospital. These people like this are a problem.
What about her?
Right next to the police officer. Then that's all.
Right by her. Right, she's just as starting shit, and she's got to.
They're exactly like each other, except one has the state's monopoly on force, and I pay them not to act like a crazy fucktard in the middle of the street, right? And the other one is a crazy fucktard in the middle of the street.
You gotta combat fire with fire.
Fight retard with retard. Okay. How's that working out for you?
Hey, spit on the ground. What's that?
Take the
I'm not doing anything. I'm standing here. What's your problem, bro? Okay, go inside. You're dismissed. I'm not dismissed. I could actually cite you for walking across the street, not on a crosswalk, if you want to have an issue.
Easement. You need an easement for that. That's an easement over there. This is a setting.
You're done. Hey, no, you're down.
You're done.
Okay, what's your reason?
I don't like sassy black women either, Dennison, but the thing about it is...
But you're going to make excuses for them, like Ryan and the Zogs, right?
Yes, because I don't like I don't like shit starting ass wipes. People like this little fucker right here should be shot.
Then they should be 2 holes for the cop too. That's all.
I agree with you because I don't like people like this female cop. But the simple fact is, as long as we got
finally,
like
brother, we agree.
What do you mean you agree on like most things? What are you talking about?
I'm saying we've reached agreement on this issue. It only took 8 minutes.
Fair enough.
You just walked across the street. Not in a
It's a ticket. Hey, whoa. Record
I
this.
need
Record
your
this.
ID.
Record this.
I need your ID.
Stroke it. Arrest me.
I do.
Arrest me. Come on, let's do it.
I do.
Here.
And our society will continue to crumble as long as people like both of these people in this video exist.
I need your ID. You're not going
this camera. Get this camera.
Stop. Watching auditing videos and think he knows the law and thinks the law will protect
Excuse me.
I can't hear you, Jim.
I'm sorry. I think I'm responsible, at least partly, for this. He's been watching videos like mine, but he thinks the law would protect him. Auditors and cop watchers know the law doesn't protect you. He think if you say the magic words, he's safe. His stupidity is about to get him in a bunch of hot water.
I'm going to tell you why I prefer to live next door to him, though, than next door to the cop. And that's because if he pulled up behind me and took a light and put it on the top of his car and, like, kept driving up beside me and pointing on the side of the road, demanding that I pull over, and got on a fucking loudspeaker and said, pull over, I would just ignore him and loll and turn the radio up. I can't do that with the bitch in the badge, though. And they give her a gun too, and like if she kills me by accident, she won't even be fucking punished for it.
I can
I agree with you there.
Can't touch her though. If he give me shit, I can smack him. I can't touch her.
I agree with you guys there. I hate the police.
Yeah, he could be smacked too. That's another good point. I usually don't have to resort to violence, but boy, can I when I need to. Can't do that with the picky. Gotta let them have their way.
You can. You just don't want to deal with the repercussions.
Yeah, they're way worse.
His price is too high.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how much pigs follow orders when one gets bounced off the fucking gun.
I'll give you that. Look at her.
Give it to her. I don't care.
Kiss my ass.
You're not going anywhere.
Body camera on.
Is this a different incident?
No, I think this is her backup. This hoe is risking people's
Oh,
lives.
right,
calling her
right,
back.
yep.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I need your ID.
What's your reasonable articulable suspicion of a
just
crime
told
that
you.
can? You need an easement. You need.
I see what you're saying, Joe. He's watched too much cop auditors and thinks he knows the law, and he's like misquoting the law. And
Yeah, and they don't protect you anyway. They're not magic words. You think, aha, I'm right. It don't matter, motherfucker. If a person
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're
you
right.
up, they'll lock you up.
Yeah.
You need an easement to do that.
Older.
Let's do it. Let's do it. No,
need your
I want a lawsuit. I want a lawsuit.
I need your
I want a lawsuit.
What?
You're not gonna get it.
You just
You're not gonna
approached
fucking get it.
aggressive.
You're not gonna
You're
get it.
doing
You're
too
not gonna
much.
fucking get it. So you can fuck off. Come and do it.
Let him, I'm okay. He's just
No. I want the lawsuit. I want the
I've
lawsuit.
never gotten an uppers, so I don't understand how he's
oh, wait a
acting.
minute.
I never.
We just got a. Oh, somebody paid their entry fee. You can hop on that. You can hop on up when you're ready, Bubba.
So you're extending?
No. This is his entry fee. His $5 entry fee. Uzi paid his $5 entry fee. Thank you so much, good sir.
I'm at 13% anyway. I might not last as long as this video without switching phones, but I'm not gonna switch if you're not extended.
For that little shoulder touch, kissy face. Wild even. All right, you get some booty for that.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. And maybe wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my beer, you really have to see it. 6 feet 2 in a compact. No slack, but luckily the feet go back. I got a knack to relax my mind, sipping some red wine.
I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Gripping so friendly, sucking supper from paralysis. Rhymes, I write them in the car.
All right, thank you for that entry fee.
What you need to do is provide your ID.
I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it. You need a reasonable articulable suspicion.
You can't just
I
walk
want
in the
that.
middle of
Yes,
the
I do.
street.
Yes, I can. A public easement.
What
I feel like this is definitely at this point public being a public nuisance at this point.
No, you need a complaint by law, and she's out there recording. They don't have a complaint. There's nothing that lady that cop could do.
He's arguing with a cop. He's technically correct, and he's even got his hands behind his back, like begging her to fucking, daring her to arrest him.
Easement, you dumb. Those 2 white lines. You need to have those 2 white lines to fucking cross. You dumb.
Walk in the middle of the street.
You can walk here. There's no
Sure
obstruction.
you can.
Hey, can you get and make sure that like you see the cars, that there's no cars coming or anything like that? Because I want to take your ass to fucking court.
Take me to court.
Then come, then do something. Then.
But I don't
All right,
see
you
her
got
around
you
here.
got 15 minutes. Start recording the time
Stop.
that she's holding me
Oh,
under.
sorry.
You got 15 minutes.
She has as much time as it would to affect the original stop, which is God only knows, because what was she going to cite him for?
Well, the thing is, she did not cite him until he started getting out of hand and posing a public nuisance. So this is not a
You need public to have a public.
This is not
You
a
need
traffic stop.
complaint.
So what he's citing doesn't
Hurting a cop's ego is not a public nuisance. You do know that, right? Or are we?
No, but yelling, pointing,
Yeah,
acting
yeah,
an ass is a public.
Yeah,
nuisance.
raising your voice and pointing at a cop and arguing with them and calling him a stupid fuckface is not a public nuisance, right?
You can totally do
Yes,
that. And what he's
it is.
quoting that 20 minutes
Okay.
is when you're detained, they have 20 minutes. and
I
they
just
go
want to
back
make sure that we have a fundamental disagreement both in principle and in United States law. I just want to make sure, because I'm going to argue with you about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the case law. Let me think of it. But Houston v. Hill tells you that you can shout at the cop, yell. You can tell your friend to run. Fuck the cop. He did all of that shit. You can yell.
He's
at
the
cop
state,
all you want.
so you actually you have a right to complain and bitch at him and call him names.
And you need a complaint. You can't.
I love anarchists so much.
Cop can't be.
Yes, being able to yell at a cop and call him a pig to his face is anarchy.
Yeah,
especially one that's picking it up, who rolls up on the side of a quiet residential neighborhood, says, "You got an issue?"
She was sitting in her
and
squad
then
car
goes
and he
and then
approached
goes full G, like street hood. You can't tell which one's the criminal in the interaction. They both
Was the cop
sound
not
like
just,
they're
okay? Was the cop not just sitting?
Wait, hold on. This is a common law or tort law. It's Kent versus Johnson. The Supreme Court of the ACT held up the public nuisance as an unlawful act or omission which endangers the life, safety, health, property, or comfort of the public, or by which the public are obstructed in the exercise or enjoyment of that right to all, that common right to all. And also, public nuisance is a criminal offense at some common law and statute under states. To establish a prima facie cause of public nuisance, a private individual will have to prove title to sue, the interference in the public right, and the defendant's interference in substantial and unreasonable.
She's got none of that. There's no public out there. She's got none of
and
that.
she also can't be the victim either.
Right.
It would have
You
to be
need public.
one of his neighbors would have to come out and say, "Hey, he's doing this. Can you stop him?"
Well, she was in the fucking neighborhood for a reason, and he approached the car.
He
That's all
can
I'm
do
saying.
that. He
approached
can
the car.
literally walk up to the car while she's sitting there.
Yeah,
being
okay,
right
so
and
my
say,
point is,
"I hate you, bitch," and he's done
yeah,
that.
no, well, he has that fucking right, but there's a reason she's in the neighborhood. We need to eliminate that right. we need to eliminate
No, we need to eliminate the people who get on the phone for this shit and call an armed thug. Those are the people that you don't want in your country, bro. Trust me. They ruin everything.
Now the little bitch in the country.
Nah, man, you got it all wrong.
Behind my back. No, this motherfucker, he should be eliminated from the country.
You
too.
don't know your enemy.
I do know
This
my
guy-
enemy.
this-
They're both
No,
my enemy.
this-
This is a petulant faggot.
If this guy didn't live in a fucking police state, he would fucking draw cartoons or play guitar. He'd be in some fucking music band that you like in high school. Instead, he lives in a police state where there's a pig around every corner telling
let's
you you
see.
can't cross the street in your own neighborhood.
Let's see. Adidas pants, 420 shirt, long hair, tattoos. I would say that he would probably be doing a lot worse shit, honestly, if he didn't live in a police state. Let's be real. Let's actually be real.
But you're not
And you can tell that he's has fucking mental issues by the fact he won't fuck off. If he really wanted to fuck off, he would have fucked off.
You're describing the police officer at the same time, but not realizing it.
I'm not even looking at her as a cop at this point. A random stranger approached her and started acting like a fucking wild retard.
Why?
Looking
He
at her
didn't
like she's
approach the
human.
guy. But
I
why?
can break
Why?
the-
He
I
didn't
can break
approach his
the law
next door neighbor like that. Why did he approach the officer, right? That's important. He didn't just doing
Because the officer was in uniform.
Yes,
Because
he
motherfuckers like
represents-
you give him the right to pop off for no fucking
Oh,
reason.
so you're
He
saying
gets that right.
you're saying it's okay. So Joe, you're saying it's okay just because an officer in the neighborhood that it's okay that you should just walk up, harass them, call them names, all of it,
Harass them.
just on the sole basis that they are an officer.
Well, I can think of a few reasons why you should. One, because you don't want to hire people who lose their temper. And you don't know that until an asshole like him walks up.
All right, fuck
Now
this,
I
let's
know
undo
that
this
she's unworthy to be a cop. Secondly, she's the nearest representative who I'm supposed to redress my grievances to, as this is my constitutional rights. If she's there, I'm supposed to tell her I hate police, you niggas suck, and you break the law all the time. She's the one who's supposed to catch that smoke. So I see some reasons why you should walk up and give
There
her
is
shit.
literally no reason for me to be here as law enforcement if that's the case. So, all right.
Oh my god. Yes, it could,
True.
because if we can't have, if people are allowed to yell at police, there's no
Yes.
point for police.
Yes, baby.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's that authority.
And I love how like Iran can shout death to America, and we do nothing about it. But this guy
You
calls a
just
cop
like
a
the
bad
guy.
name, and yeah, it's got to be the full enforcement of the law. Protect the country.
It's not even about the full enforcement of the law. It's about a wild retard. Look at the look on his face. He's a fucking unhinged degenerate. You know his IQ is definitely not 115, Denizen.
So we should, you know what we should do? We should give him a uniform and a badge and turn him loose on the city.
No, we should turn him into an oven licker.
I don't, you know, I like, The term oven obviously has its implications, but I'm not sure that I get it still.
Oven
Shit.
liquor. That's what these people should be.
Because there's no law that says that there's no. Yeah. So you can arrest me because there's no crime, and it's not even a arrestable offense because it's a ticket offense. So try something.
You're making it into a arrestable offense by not producing your identification.
Hey, come on.
That's called
Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, come on then. You have 15 minutes.
Is this another woman cop? Oh, this situation is about to get bad to worse.
Tell this no. This is either gonna let me go or you guys are gonna arrest me right now. Come on. She says we're walking in the street. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Get over here.
No, I'm not gonna stand. I'm not gonna stand. No, you can arrest me. You can arrest me. Arrest me. Okay, there it goes, you guys. Arrest me.
You're being detained.
No. It's arrestable. You're arresting me. It's arrest. No, it's arresting. It's arrest. You're not gonna get who I am. They said because of crossing the street. There's no public easement. There's no public easement. No, there's no public easement. It's a resource. I can talk wherever the I want. Let's get the lawsuit going. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going in the car. I'm going in the car. You're gonna arrest me. Let's go.
You know, by acting this way, he has no lawsuit, right?
No, I don't know.
There is no lawsuit here. Yeah, there is no lawsuit here. By acting this way, he's literally made it to where he can't have a lawsuit.
I don't believe that at all.
That is a fact. By stating that you're doing this because you want the lawsuit, they're gonna throw it out.
That's
by
not
then
true.
being belligerent with the police, yes. By being belligerent with the fucking police and telling them put me in the car, bruh.
Yeah, telling the police things is not gonna cause you to lose a lawsuit automatically. It's just not how they work.
Let's go to jail. We're going to jail. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, we are. I'm gonna sue the fuck out of you. I'm trying
They need to put this motherfucker in a mental hospital is what they need to do.
to get into the squad car.
You just need to leave him alone and go have a donut.
I'm trying to get in the squad car. I'm trying to get. Okay, fine. Stop. Okay, well.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, you guys, look how she's. Look at. I'm trying to get in the fucking front of the car like she said.
They got another cop coming. Speeding through intersections.
I didn't kick you. If you don't stop, you're gonna go to the fucking ground.
Such a responsible concern for the public safety.
Oh, no, okay. Get on the sidewalk or you're going to jail.
Now you're going to jail too if you don't get on the sidewalk.
Wow. You can record from there.
Obstructing's a physical act.
You can record from over there where it feels safe.
Hey, look at how they have their hands on me.
Cooperate.
I don't need to cooperate because you guys just fucking did it under a false arrest. Under false arrest.
Dude, just stop tensing up. Just relax.
I'm not tensing up. I'm not tensing up. Don't worry, I got it all on camera. We're gonna see the shit out of them.
You got everything on camera too.
Benny, over here.
Yeah, no. Did you see what she said? She said I hit her. Let's put it on the report. I went like this. I'm going like this. Hey, record it. I'm going like this, you guys. I'm not kicking. I'm just trying to move my foot. I'm trying to move it. Hey, get the recordings. Get the recordings, you guys.
Man, the paddy wagon even.
Stop fucking tensing up. I'm not tensing up. I'm not tensing up. I'm not tensing up.
That's why my wrist is completely inside of you right now.
I'm not tensing up. I'm not tensing up.
You gotta play it for the camera.
You know what? You're going to fall on the ground and get searched in a minute.
He's doing it right now. Get on the ground.
Don't put your knee on his neck.
Is my knee on his neck? What you fucking do? It's right on his back. Thank you. He's right on his back.
How many have you killed?
Right on the back.
Hey, you guys, can you get
I can shake whatever I want to shake her. She can do whatever she wants.
No, let it happen. No. We're crossing the street. We're crossing the street, you guys. We're crossing the street. We're crossing the street. Hey, Mom. Hey, everybody.
Oh, this
Let
is
me talk.
bigger than crossing the street, sir.
Hey, she's trying to cover it up, you guys.
Open up.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, record.
Keep your head away from my office.
All right.
Wow.
You trying to fight him? What are you doing? Oh, he just said I tried to fight him. Hey, you guys can't record it. Yep. Film it. I'll share it with your name. Step all the way to your back. Yeah, kiss my ass. Get to the back. You. I'm not getting in the back. I'm not getting in the back. Shut the f up. Those are my lawsuit.
I don't even really know what she stopped him for, but then, hey, shit.
I don't even know what she stopped him for.
You brought this upon yourself. There was a report of somebody with a gun and they ran back to this house. So we pulled up to this house and it was the same shit.
What is it you need? Let's relocate.
Hey, she's gonna cross the street, and I'm right here. I'm crossing the street.
Ma'am, cut it out. Cut it out. Let's relocate it.
Yeah, relocate.
Whoever turned that whole fucking neighborhood into a scheme like that.
Let's fucking get going.
Hey, let's just relocate so they can go in their house and calm down.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Yeah.
And that's what you should have did to begin with, you dumb bitch. After you did all that, she finally realized, oh, I can just drive away and mind my own business.
I'm standing up, lady, and you're driving stupid.
Oh shit.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to the courtroom and jurors.
Yeah, no, these people should be shot. This is like you're fundamentally like now protecting low IQ people when you talk about dropping like low IQ people all the fucking time.
Which one though? The one driving or the one in the back?
The one driving has done nothing to indicate that she's low IQ.
Oh, buddy.
The retard and his low IQ family provocating and acting like a bunch of apes going, how dare you have a simple rule for me to follow? No, man, fuck this shit.
What rule was
As
that?
you can see, I'm wearing Adidas pants. They have.
Let's go back because they talk about what
I don't
happened.
even really know what she stopped him for, but then, hey, shit turned like right in the way. So it's like, all right, now you're for us, dude. You brought this upon yourself. There was a report of somebody with a gun and they ran back to the.
So there was a report of somebody in the gun with the neighborhood. So you and Joe Cool were wrong about that. So they were.
I never said anything about anything.
Well, no, you and
I
Joe
never
Cool
said anything about any reports or anything. I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
You and Joe Cool both said they had no reason to be there. They did have a reason to be there. There was a report of a stranger with a gun in the neighborhood. He
I didn't
approached
say
her
she had no
randomly.
reason to be there.
No,
Said she had no reason to arrest him. He didn't break the law.
They asked what was her reason for being there.
Well, anyway, she had a legitimate reason to be there. She had a complaint. So now, guess what? Because she had a complaint to be in the neighborhood, that means that he's interfering with a police investigation. Boom.
But he's not.
It's
not how that works legally.
He literally is.
It's not how that works by any of the laws in any of the states in the United States, and there isn't a court that's ever ruled that way at any time in the history of our country.
They are investigating a person with a gun.
I mean, you could say it over again. You're not addressing what I'm saying.
I don't have to. They arrested him.
I'm just talking about in reality.
This house was the same shit.
In reality, if he had enough money to appeal, he would get away with the whole thing, and he'd have a pretty decent lawsuit.
He tells me, quit tensing up. He's pinching my.
Oh, this is just perpetual low IQ victimhood, and because you hate police, this is you literally saying it's okay for these low IQ retards to act like this. This low IQ group with a badge is more wrong.
That cop instigated the whole thing.
Bro,
None of this would have happened if the cop wasn't there.
She was in the neighborhood investigating someone being.
And then she got her ego hurt, so she threatened to arrest somebody for something that wasn't a crime. And then he reacted by daring her to arrest him, and because she escalated the thing the whole way. Then her partner sped 90 miles an hour through the neighborhood to escalate it even further. Then they got a third guy with a fucking wagon, all for a dude who cussed out a cop and stepped into the middle of an empty road.
You know what? If we didn't have a low IQ retard spazzing the fuck out, then wanting to play the victim once he realizes the handcuffs are on him, wouldn't be a problem, would it?
Don't forget about the low IQ retard who started the whole thing and has the badge on.
I'm not.
Good.
Not.
Don't forget that's where we agree. They both go in a hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it on play for this, and just so you could see right there.
She's more dangerous than him too, because he can't pull me over or kick
The
my door
original
down.
officer was patrolling the area due to a recent recovery of a stolen vehicle and a battery linked to the home of the suspect. The officer then observed a gray Nissan with an expired license plate pull into the driveway of the home. The driver then got out of the vehicle and began yelling at the officer, spitting on the street and approaching the squad car, which prompted the officer to initiate her body-worn camera and the rest of the events to unfold. The suspect was charged with resisting or interfering with officers, walking on a roadway, and operating a vehicle with an expired registration. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Seems like everyone wants to be a lawyer or a cop, but doesn't want to get the appropriate training or.
I mean,
So walking in the roadway is a bullshit charge, right? The resisting not only did it not happen, he didn't resist, he begged them to arrest him, but it would be a result of the original charge of walking in the roadway, which was bullshit. She had no legal reasoning to charge him for that. And then finding out later that the car wasn't registered as a result of their investigation is fruit of the poisonous tree.
And those are all A misdemeanors, and he was released the next day or the next court day when he went to court. Boom, bada beam. Look at that. He's already out of jail.
and it would have been stopped if we just did not practice dysgenics in this country automatically.
Yes, that's true, and I agree with that. But if we did, that cop wouldn't exist.
And I'm fine with that. I'm not defending the cops because I'm like, oh man, I love the police. Press me harder. No, I literally
I don't care what the reason is. It's undefensible, and it's indefensible, and you're defending
no, it's not. No, it's not. I want a peaceful.
It's the exact same fucking behavior from the retard in the street that you think should be culled from the human race.
Okay, Dennison, in your perfect society, what are you going to do with
I don't have a perfect society.
Yes, you do, because you've literally said in the past, if I had a perfect utopia, one of the literal
I've never said those silly words.
IQ
Would never. I don't even use the word perfect.
An IQ over what?
Oh, 115. We deport everybody. That's my campaign slogan.
Who's going to be doing the deporting?
Police with IQs over 115.
Shut the fuck up. That's ridiculous. Police are going to be doing the deporting, right?
Yeah, with over 115 IQs.
Right. What is there going to be their legal justification to do that?
Because I said so.
Because you said so, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but in this
we're talking about my dictatorship, right?
Yeah. In this case, with this specific low IQ retard, which literally all he had...
He'd be on the bus right next to the cop, is my point.
No.
Fair enough.
Okay. No. Well, you know what? I've changed my mind, sir. Convincing argument. Respect where respect's due.
My future wife is being arrested by the police in this video. Show some respect.
No, you hate cops. You hate cops because you have a problem with authority. That's why you hate.
Yes, I hate pigs because they suck and they use their authority arbitrarily for no reason. They're scumbags who kick down people's doors and split up families because they got bullied when they were little.
That has a problem with authority. That's basically why you hate cops.
Nope, none of these people have any legitimacy to rule over me.
They do. They're post certified.
You're
post certified. They're post certified.
I want everybody to hear what you're saying.
I'm a cop.
The retard cop who acted like the retard you want to cull from humanity has authority over me and you. That's what you're arguing for. I say fuck that shit. Put her on a bus and send her to El Salvador.
They got post certified. Well, for one, she was black, so there's no sending her to El Salvador. That's not how that works.
Yes, it is. I can send it wherever I want in my new empire.
It's wild. No, right? No, she's post certified and we live in reality, right? Did she not go through the steps to become a cop?
I don't care.
Do you know the steps?
She's inferior to me.
Do you know the steps? She is not. Do you know the steps to become a cop?
Yeah, absolutely 100% inferior to me.
How? In what regard?
She can't even control her temper when some stupid kid is mouthing off at her from across the street.
Oh, it's wild. Name.
No regard for the public trust either. Doesn't even know the laws she's supposed to be enforcing. Violates them on camera. It's despicable. She talks like a retard too. Like she sounded like a ghetto retard.
Obviously, the court didn't see it like that, did they?
Well, we don't know what the courts.
This was in 2023, so that is for sure.
So. Yeah, but wait, did you look it up and find out what happened? And a local court agreeing with a police officer does not. I actually have familiarity with these things, so that doesn't surprise me at all. You can't even get due process. You can't even get due process as a citizen in this country unless you have enough resources to appeal.
He probably took some sort of plea deal or something.
Of course,
They arrested
all
him,
A
released the next day, and then offered a fucking plea deal and shit.
Because they were all A misdemeanors, and this was a city thing. It wasn't county. So yeah, he served at best 4 days, which he probably, if this was on a Friday, he probably spent the weekend in jail. And then on Monday, when he went to goddamn court, they just released him with a couple A misdemeanor charges. Is what happened.
But she should have got 18 months though.
Was that in Minnesota? I was looking at that license plate. It looked like a Minnesota license plate on that car.
And that way? Like how long ago? She back there right now?
What is she wearing?
Shorts. Hopefully nothing.
And the cops, hey, by the way, the cops are at the fault here for being at the scene. They should have no reason to be here at all. That car is doing everything correct there.
So true. So true.
By the way. How dare they impede these people's peaceful actions by being here and investigating
Was it farther?
this
What?
peaceful display?
Is it farther?
What?
9 to 8. Did she go down farther than where I'm at right now?
Check the behind you. Who's that behind you? Who's behind you?
What the hell are they looking for?
This?
Behind you.
There's somebody walking.
I know. Go look by the traffic cones. I think I see somebody over there.
Bitch, get on your radio, retard.
Yeah.
What the hell is this one all about?
Stay on the sidewalk.
My wife had a car accident and ran from the Taco Bell.
Women drivers.
I'm going to assume you were the one that was driving the car.
What?
I'm going to assume you were driving the car.
No. No.
No?
No. No, I'm looking for them. They left me.
Okay, relax, relax. I want you to maybe
They left me.
have a seat. Have a seat. Just have a seat right now. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Can you put those, my mother?
We will talk about it. But right now, I need you to have a seat.
Please, can you come
Have
my
a
mom?
seat.
She'll come get me.
I don't care right now. Right now, I'm investigating something. So I need you to have a seat. It's either that or I put you in cuffs. One of the two. How do you want to play it?
Want me to sit down?
I want you to sit down.
You a bitch.
Yeah, sit down.
My wife? My
She's drunk. She's so
Can I
drunk.
call my mom?
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. What's your name?
Maria.
Maria what? 10-4, I believe I'm going to be 10-12. Is there anybody, they see anybody else in the vehicle? She's advising that other people were in the area.
Was there anybody else that you saw in the vehicle? She's trying to claim there's other people.
No, you had to ask my boss. He was the only one out there.
He jumped out.
Who jumped out?
The guy, I don't even know who his name is.
So you're just in a car with somebody you don't know?
She's just lying at this point.
Okay. He said, that's our homeboy, whatever. He jumped out.
Excuse me. Was she with anybody else, or was it just her? 8 to 9. They're saying it's 54.
Good shit all over the ground.
10-4.
He jumped out. He said, oh yeah, fuck y'all.
So, what you got injuries?
No. Mama. Can I call my mom?
Okay, we'll call your mom in a minute.
Can
right?
I call my mother?
We will call your mom. Listen to me. Slow down. You're not a child. You're an
Okay,
adult.
why
So
are
I
you
don't need to
talking
call
me
your
crazy?
mom.
'Cause I didn't do shit.
Let's argue with a drunk person.
That's not how it's
I
working.
didn't do shit. So why are you talking me crazy?
Why am I talking you crazy? Because I got witnesses that say you were in that car by yourself.
That's crazy as fuck.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go looking for it.
Okay.
I was not by myself. That's crazy.
I was with Sam Adams.
Yeah. She said that there was some person in the car with her.
There's been like 5 other people that left. So they heard
There was 5
police.
people in that car.
Yes. As soon as I heard police, goodbye. I stayed.
Oh, it wasn't the fact is that y'all just crashed into Taco Bell? That didn't give it away? That we were to show up?
Either way, we're not going to stay there.
All right, Maria, do me a favor. Stand up for me. Stand up.
Am I being arrested?
Right now, you're being placed in cuffs. I'll tell you that right now.
For what? For what?
Right now, you're being detained. Okay?
For what?
We're going to go do an investigation and figure out what's going on with this car.
You're doing what? I'm not fighting you, but
Oh, I hope not.
so why am I being arrested?
Right now, you just let the scene of an accident.
Why am I being arrested?
Right now, you're being placed in cuffs. I never said that you're being arrested right now. Right now,
Okay,
you're
he's
being
taking
detained.
way too long.
And what's going to be happening is we're going up to Taco Bell.
He's just trying to hit on her, bro. He's gonna try to sleep with her when she gets released.
That's highly.
We're going to talk to the officer over there.
But it's something they do. Like, I'm no fan of cops. Like, the cops in my neighborhood, like, always are leaving the dope house, and it's not because they do dope.
Figure out what's going on over here.
I didn't even go to
So are we showing more sympathy for the drunk bitch who crashed into a Taco Bell than the kid who stepped into the middle of the road?
Well, you didn't actually make it to Taco Bell. You got anything on you?
No, I'm showing not sympathy for either. I don't know why. I think
Just checking.
Orthodox is showing sympathy because she's hot. I think
Yeah,
that's
she's a
why.
white woman and she's hot.
She's not white. She's Hispanic for starters.
She can be Hispanic. She's hot. The big booty Latinas can stay.
Hold on.
First off, I'm not going to be checking.
Am I being detained?
That's exactly what I told you.
For what?
54. We're
For being a drunk bitch.
What am I being?
For being a
You
drunk.
crashed the car.
Watch him say disorderly conduct. Watch.
For? What am I being detained for?
For leaving the scene of an accident.
What are you talking about?
Stop. Stop.
Now he's losing
Just
his
stop,
shit
Maria.
now.
All right, just stop. I already explained to you. I'm not going to explain it again. Do you have anything that's in your pockets that's going to hurt us?
No.
It's not?
No.
Well, we're going to find out real quick.
Pulls out fucking.
Why did
every
they ask
needle
that?
Ever.
Well, they
Because
ask
of
that all the
dope
time. They ask that all
needles
the time.
with
They
the
want to
dope-
make.
But why? You gotta reach in there as though there is. You can't take their word for it.
No, but like sometimes, right? Sometimes I know. I don't. They just as a question they ask, but sometimes the person
Bumpkin's
will
not a
be-
cop. What are you talking about, Lawrence? Bumpkin's not a cop.
Yeah, I don't arrest
He's
people, bro.
he's
I put
he's
people-
cop adjacent.
I'm cop adjacent. Yeah, I'm a correctional.
You got any drugs?
I won't fuck with Bumpkin because he gets trained on how to deal with people like me physically. I'm the exact person that they train him for.
I'm also the.
Yo, she tuned it up at him. Let's go.
Oh, that's terrible,
Let's
bro.
stand up. Come on.
How about you stop doing that?
The nicest fat ass I've ever seen on one.
And this is why you need a female officer there, bro.
Oh yeah, no, I'd be like, oh yeah, she got away.
Jeez, he grabbed a hold of it.
That's a female officer.
That's. I mean, that's something I do before it sits on me.
Yeah.
They'd be like, what happened? I'm like, she got away. Why do you seem so relaxed? Why is your belt undone? It's just, she got away.
She got
Man,
away.
I don't see what direction she got as she went in.
Can I call my mama?
You can call your mama later.
So yeah, it's a female officer. Actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna call your mama later.
You
See
stand
what
up
she's
normal.
all about.
What the f- are you mad for? I didn't do shit.
Okay.
Oh my
Actually,
god, she just hit him. She just hit him with that. Did she just hit him with the? Why are you mad at me?
We're going to be transporting her up to you right now.
Can I understand what I'm going to jail for? You're detained right now until we figure out what happened. Okay, detained, right?
Why the fuck don't they just run the footage back at the Taco Bell drive-thru?
They will.
Yes.
This is legit detainment. He should have just watched his fucking mouth and acted like a fucking adult man. But the fact that she's drunk, stumbling all over the place, someone fled the scene of the crime. They have an eyewitness who says she was alone. That like it would have been one thing if it's like you don't know if there's a driver or not. But she's telling a story about sneaking fucking 20 people over the border, and he's saying he only saw one. So to just legally to detain her, arrest her, no, they should go check the tapes first, right? And I think that's what they're doing here. This is actually an example of like a 6 out of 10, maybe, right? If you could keep your temper, you could get an 8.
Right, they can detain her while they're checking the tapes, the surveillance footage to see who exactly was driving.
Because of all the facts available.
Correct.
Right now, and if you roll up and all you've got is someone called and told you some shit, that's not the same thing.
Nope.
Because we have a car in Taco
Just
Bell.
do it. Yeah,
We
like
have
drive your
witnesses
fucking
that
car
saw
into a
you
Taco
run
Bell.
from the car. So that's why you're detained right now, okay? Until you figure it out.
What's fucked up is I was thinking in my head, I was thinking, just do what? You know, I was wondering, and then you answered it.
Leaving the scene of an accident.
I didn't leave shit. Nothing happened.
Tell me that there's no action when you get up there.
So, what happened?
I mean, that car did it. What the heck was wrong? I have no idea.
It's alcohol. What do you mean? What the heck was wrong?
That's the manager? God damn.
He be managing that shit.
We'll drive you down there. See
Bro, he be managing the fucking food, all right.
Oh, that's for
She saw
sure,
it,
bro.
right? Yeah, I've seen it.
She's like right there. It will literally take like a couple minutes. It's just
Well, she got short, so I know she got short.
yeah, we have someone detained though, and it just helps us, and they can just drive by with us, and then
You come with us?
Well, they're just gonna ask him to ID her, I guess.
Car seat in the back.
Just so you know, there's signal 57 on the floorboard, and there's a car seat in the back. Are we sure that?
he said that there was nobody else.
Okay.
You witnessed the whole thing, right? And there was nobody else in the car.
Oh my. All right, sir, you're gonna come in our car. It's a little bit further down, okay?
I'd be wanting verification, though,
Maria,
honestly.
yes, again, yes. Okay.
Me when I'm dealing with drunk women, yes. Okay, shut up.
Am I being questioned for? What the
Maria.
am I being questioned for?
I already told you, Maria.
No,
I
it
did.
was not. I have one night, my baby. I have a babysitter, right? I can't even have one night to myself. Will that be a problem?
Kind of true.
So let
Also, your fault, though.
51 for a show up, and they should put some lights on her so he can see.
Stand by.
Hey, can you call my mother?
All right, this is a scummy ass way of identifying somebody and should be thrown out in court.
Mira,
¿Por qué?
sácate.
¿Por qué? Call her.
You better chill.
Call her.
Maria, step out.
¿Por qué? Why?
Look at
Call
that
my mom.
Maria, you are not a
Call
child.
her. Hello. Diana.
Yeah, that's her.
All right. Thank you.
Stop.
10-4?
Call her. Bro.
Yeah, and I would
her.
want verification
Call my
on
mom.
her not being alone or being alone.
Who was inside that other squad car?
The other cops and the manager.
Oh,
Mother. ¿Por qué? Can you call my mom?
7. Can you confirm again? That was 10-4. 10-4. 9 to 8. Do you want us to transfer her back up to you?
10-4.
All right, get up. Step back in.
Where is she?
Get in the car.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué are you here?
¿Dónde está?
Diana.
Bro, why you don't do that.
You better put the foot down.
I'm not.
You better put the foot down. You better sit in there right now.
No,
You're going to catch another charge.
Okay, as soon as my lawyer hears this. Okay.
Okay.
Right,
have a seat.
As soon as my lawyer hears it, there's no reason. Wants us to transport.
9 to 8. We're going to be 51.
I have to say, like, that wasn't really very professional, but it was effective. And I would give him a pass because it seemed to work on her.
Oh, this is for blocking it off.
Like he was talking to his little sister or some shit.
After this, so we had to try to block it out.
She's kicking my freaking.
What are you doing?
What the fuck am I in here for?
I already told you.
What the fuck? Call my mother.
Hispanic
I'm
man.
not going to call your
correcting
mother. You're not a
Hispanic
child.
woman.
Okay? Right now, you're acting like one, though.
My mama.
You do something to this car, you're going to catch another charge. You got me?
See what?
Classic.
This is why she
You better
has
not
a
get this
baby
car
so
again.
young.
Okay, good. Awesome.
Oh, booking this one and just was probably a hoot,
What are you
bro.
What the fuck did I do? Why am I?
place.
Okay, well, she gets one of these.
Pepper
to get a
spray that
battery
bitch.
charge.
Listen, we're done with this right now. Do me a favor. Show me your feet right now. Kick your feet out.
So,
Show
can
me
y'all
your
call my
feet.
mama?
Oh, you like that, huh?
Put your feet back in.
You'll just enrage her
Can y'all call
more.
my
Marie,
mommy back in?
put your foot back in now.
Oh, my fucking mother.
Can we talk real quick?
No.
This is unnecessary, by the
I'm
way.
gonna close this door.
Chris Pratt.
I'm gonna roll down the window.
Chris Pratt.
Okay.
Chris Pratt.
Okay.
Call him.
Okay.
All right. I never gave y'all one single problem.
Put your feet in.
Dennison, was that
Leave
you?
them there. Close it.
No.
Where did you see her coming from? Which way?
Well, I didn't see her. I was sitting there in the back of my car. I was sitting in the back of the car smoking a cigarette. And then
Yeah,
I heard
smoking a cigarette, I
maybe
bet.
a time light went on or something. And then I heard the tire. And then I heard the crash, the boom. Then I went to the side of the building to see what happened. And that's when I see her climbing out the driver's car. And she said, call my mama. And then I told them to call 911.
That's how you know.
Just heard it all say
It's
that.
over. That's how you know it was her.
While the investigation at Taco Bell finishes
Now
up,
the ID's
suspect
been
is taken to the
verified.
hospital for medical clearance.
Crashed in Taco Bell, took off on foot. Ever since we got her, she's been a little bit combative. So,
She's gonna get the chair.
Can I walk? Thank you. Can I walk? Yeah, come on. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you f***ing good?
I kind of hope she falls. It was like an angry Southern white woman. I'm gonna be real.
Why? Why am I being treated like a piece of shit?
We're treating you like anything. We're giving you a wheelchair.
Bro, what the f*** is wrong with y'all?
All we're doing is going inside.
You fucked up pretty hard, actually. Like getting so drunk you drive into like public infrastructure.
told you many times.
They pre-med her. Oh, they don't want anything to do with their kids.
The quicker you get in, it's literally like a 3-minute drive. It's a 3-minute drive. That's all it is.
So y'all wanted to pee back here, yeah?
No, please don't. Please don't.
Bro, I gotta pee.
We gotta go.
No, I'm not even being funny. Like, I
And now they're not gonna let her
We're gonna
use
get
the
you down as quickly as
restroom.
possible. Just
Come
get
on
in the
now.
vehicle. We'll get you down there.
to do.
Now, if I'm being honest, this could have ended a
See,
lot
now we're
worse.
down to like
Somebody
2
could-
out of 10.
I don't know, man. I feel like since we got some donations in, I don't mind going for a little bit longer because this is funny. Do y'all want to watch another? Do y'all want to watch another fucking cam? Let's see here.
Yeah, it's up to you. I'm just hanging out.
Let's see here.
Who else up in
This
this
is-
biatch?
It is you, me, Bumpkin, and Arctic Timberwolf.
Yo, we
Uh,
lost Joe.
sadly.
So his phone died.
What is Lawrence talking about? The goddamn moonfish. What the fuck is the
I
moonfish?
don't know.
Support the Griffno State. Give me money. I like money. Money me now. Cash apps at the bottom. Anything you give is either going to keeping the StreamYard and production quality, or for me to make videos on the channel later. Here's the one about an Instagram model.
1 second. Tax time.
On August
Holy shit.
4, officers
Wow.
in Florida arrived to the scene of a high-speed collision.
What about this driver? Is he responding? He did. He did in the car.
No, hold on a second.
He smacked.
Señora, ¿tú estabas manejando?
Jeez.
Sí, ahora viene Rescue's gonna take care of it. No. Why are we saying that? Okay,
All of them dead. Shake it off, baby. Shake it off. That is so fucked up. Am I not the only one that's like, that's so fucked up? That's fucking crazy.
The cop, why are we saying that? Oh my god.
Why are we saying this?
La que se iba. Miami, I also have the possible 18, and they have, I think it's a female on the ground. They're holding her because she wanted to flee the scene. I need extra help here, and I think I have to.
That lady had a rough life.
You're on the corner. Are you okay? On the corner. Get flagged. Get flagged. I know they answered the heaven. I know they answered. I know it's in the crystal.
Oh, not in the crystal. Oh, fuck.
Herkimer Diamond in New York. Herkimer Diamond in New York. Calm down, lady. Herkimer Diamond in New York. Herkimer Diamond in New York. You're gonna get some help now. Calm down. Herkimer Diamond in New York. Calm down. I gather.
Why was she naked? Like, why was her shirt torn off? Yeah, she got her jacket. She got her jacket and covered her, and like her shit was blurred out.
I don't think that she was actually naked. I just think she might have had like a very low shirt on. So anytime there's even a little levels of like that, they cover them up.
That bitch is either having a traumatic brain injury or is on so much dope,
or just crazy.
Wow, both. ¿Por qué no los dos?
I mean, she could be injured.
I'm sorry. No, pause it. Pause it. Why is this female cop allowing that male civilian to do anything right now? Like that male civilian is relieved. Why is he still there? Why is she not assisting with her? Like, why is that even happening right now?
Well, because he's wearing one of those fluorescent vests, you know, so that gives him authority.
She's been doing that pink coke.
Yeah, no. Like, thank you for detaining the suspect, but like, you're good now because this is just bad. This is just all around bad. What's going on right now?
It could be bad for the city. It could cause her to get off. All kind of shit. However, I will say that we're going into the 4-hour mark. I will need some donations to keep going after this. On the 4-hour mark, we are ending it if there are no donations going in for an extension.
Yeah. What car was she driving? Oh my God. Now we live for get an officer.
Officers will later identify this woman as Macy Lathers, a self-proclaimed Instagram model
Yeah,
and alleged
damn.
companion in the club scene of Miami. With just under 16,000 followers, her Instagram shows her in and around nightlife, strip clubs, and other similar events.
Yo, oye, camina para allá. No, mueve. Okay, mueve para allá, por favor. Camina para allá.
Nah, they all dead, honey. Shake it off.
Of something.
If I want for a show, we're gonna need more units.
Hola, ¿tú fuiste testigo o fuiste algo? Hi.
I saw the whole thing.
Okay, great.
Whoa, look at the size of her pupils.
Okay, great.
His pupils were red shot.
She can see into the other dimension, bro.
That bitch is either demonically possessed or on some super dope.
Oh my
She can-
god.
For sure.
She can see like the little gremlins that work on the structure of the universe.
She pissed her
Finn
pants.
is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, dude, look how
Oh,
high
she
she is.
pissed
Of course
her
she
pants.
pissed her pants, bro.
Well, she's probably died. She's probably got a massive internal bleeding and hemorrhaging from the inside from that fucking wreck too.
The light had just to go.
So you were behind him. And that black car might have been her car, or the?
No, she was in the white.
She was in the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're saying that the black car ran the red light.
Ran the red light.
Okay, all right.
Wait, so the cokehead isn't even at fault? What the fuck?
Todo el mundo aquí, move. Muévanse para allá. Mueve. Todo el mundo para allá. Yeah. Let's go. Todo el mundo para allá, please. Everybody go. If you didn't see what happened, go.
And she was up by herself in that car?
We got another person there. Okay, that's it. We got a large crowd here.
Yeah, let's flush them out. Is the bus involved?
No.
So she.
Yeah, she's high on something.
Dale, si no vieron lo que pasó, vete. Si vieron, que se quede.
Now say it in English.
¿Tú dices lo que pasó?
There's a
¿Tú dices lo
specific
que pasó?
reason. There's a specific reason why he's talking to them in Spanish.
Yeah, it's because they're Hispanic.
Yeah. So why not say it in English? They wouldn't understand. So.
Yeah, no, I know that's kind of the joke there, Bumpkin.
Bueno, si no va, tengo.
Let's flush these people out this way.
We got witnesses too that we need to be getting.
Bro, they probably far from the scene, so. Let's go. Go. Go.
Bro, let's cuff this girl.
Get up.
What are you doing?
Oh shit.
Nobody else saw you guys.
Oh
that
yeah,
blood?
no, like that. That's the thing. She has no top on. How did she get topless? Paramedics haven't even fucking checked to see if she's got fucking injuries.
It looked like there was blood
Shut
there.
the fuck up.
Looked like there was blood underneath her, man.
Not only that, like the witnesses are literally saying that it was a black truck and not her, that she was in the white Mercedes.
It's gonna have to move. Dale, bueno, que se mueve, ya llamo. Bro, oh, come on, let's go. Go. Let's wait for rescue to check out. Caminan. Take her out from the...
No, wait.
It's a little late for that now.
Wait, so
Maybe
she
I'll
also
listen.
has a Rolex like the Rolex guy from chat.
Everybody, let's move them. Yeah, we have a lady here.
Hey, where's the shirt at?
Relax. But I'm upside, they're gonna need the whole thing.
Stay here. I'm gonna keep pumping cars this way.
Watch my eyes. The water. Wait, we live in a dome. This is Hollywood City.
Just hang tight with me, okay?
Wow.
Just follow me everywhere. Just stay close to me, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna come on one back. Yeah, we got
Because we still got her.
Yeah.
I told you she has no shirt on.
Wow.
That's fucking wild.
What happened to her shirt?
How did she get shirtless?
She probably tore it off.
There.
She can see God right now.
Hey, she assuming the position.
She went to the Islam.
I don't think that's what she was doing, Dennis.
Down, ass up. Let's fucking go. She's a good girl. That's crazy.
Bro, please.
I have
Sorry, I have problems. Forgive me.
I'm working here. What do you
I'm walking here.
More people back. Are you involved here? No. Okay. No footage or anything that will capture what happened? Okay, please go this way. All right.
my eyes.
What you take?
Tusi pink. See drugs.
¿Ustedes vieron el accidente? ¿Alguno de ustedes? No. Por favor, pásase por atrás de esa pared.
Hey, Copper Jeff is right. She on that pink coat.
No, go that way. You. Okay, go. You go over there.
Go in the white car. Go in the car. My phone. AI. Hola.
She's trying so hard to fucking cooperate with them.
She's trying so hard to communicate, bro, but it's like the drugs gave her Tourette's.
The drugs are like, no, bitch. you finna.
Go on my
Just
phone.
follow that
Yeah.
T-boned.
Oh my god.
So she ran that red light and just fucking T-boned.
No, it wasn't her. It wasn't her. She was in their Mercedes. They said a black truck ran the red light and took everybody out.
Oh shit! Is that the Mercedes right there with all the
Yeah,
side damage?
No, it's the I don't know. They said that it was a black truck that hit, and the chick was in the white Mercedes. The black guy was like, "Yeah, we were behind them. A black truck ran the red light."
Oh my gosh, it's a curse at the White House. 18.
This bitch said a curse at the White House.
18600
I think it's
Northwest.
like 0 Northwest. Yeah. Are you involved? Or you
I like how they're all sure of what she's on. You got no fucking idea.
That's her over there.
They ain't gonna know it on a tax test.
Everybody, what color was your light? Okay, go. I'm wasting my time with it.
Go this way. Just half a block with the tape. No pedestrians.
Go, this way. Oh my God. What's going on? You live there.
I got work right there.
Okay, go ahead. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Shut up. Shut up. No
unity. Just
the drugs are winning right now. Oh my god. I hope she's not gonna fucking die, bro. That'd be tragic.
That'd be a waste. She'll be fine.
I got here.
Y'all are crazy.
It's in my safe. It's in the key. It's the first one. Oh, we lived forever. Everybody was pulling me over there. We need to clean it. It's just gonna get cold. It's possibly the.
Okay, Solo witness statement placed a blame on black vehicle running the red light.
She's in a black.
No, the witness told me that he was behind the Mercedes and that the black car had run the red.
The problem is half the people, when I was asking, they said they didn't see anything.
What's her condition? I think she's under the influence of something.
Did she cause it or just involved?
She was involved. We don't know what part. I only have one witness, so.
Where's the one?
He left already. He left me his phone number.
Find out if these family members are witnesses.
Okay, ¿ustedes son familia de alguien?
Trabajamos con ella. Trabajamos con ella y decía aquí yo. Ella fue
¿Cuál carro es tuyo?
Ma'am.
Well, come around the recovery position.
She's what?
¿Tú estabas manejando?
No.
Ok, ¿quién estaba en el carro contigo?
Mi novio.
Oh, she's
Ok,
stiff?
tu novio. Nada más dos personas.
Y una de atrás.
Y uno de atrás. Ok, Miami, we need every record in the world.
What if it was the Spanish-speaking people that were at fault for the accident? That would be the fucking irony there.
¿Tú estabas adelante?
It would also align with current statistics, but don't want to point blame here because we don't know. It could be the fucking psycho, fucking drugged out chick.
I mean, listen, I understand, right? But I'm placing the bets on the chick that is currently seeing God that she might have ran the red light.
No, the black guy said that she was in the white Mercedes, and the black truck was responsible for the accident.
Yeah.
She also might have been fine until she got in the accident.
Okay.
She might not be on a drop of anything, which is crazy, but possible.
That is true.
Brain injury.
Yeah, she could be having a brain injury. Yeah. Here's the thing: she could be having a brain injury that is secreting chemicals of previous used drugs into her bloodstream.
Yeah, it could be a mild form of aphasia, which not only could come from a TBI, but can even be brought on by shock.
¿Y ustedes vieron algo?
Sí, porque se estaban en el semáforo y cuando vinieron de repente.
Papi, tú espérame aquí en esa esquina.
Mi carro no lo tengo.
Déjalo ahí, nadie lo va a mover. Espérame ahí en la esquina esa, ¿ok? Mami, espérame aquí. ¿Ya te vio el rescue?
No.
4510 reference. I need rescue here to check on one of the passengers in the vehicle.
Just stay like how I told you, okay?
She's gonna be at Miami.
Sure, whatever you say, mommy.
On the southeast, west corner.
As far as we think we got one occupant there.
Espera aquí, mami, te voy a coger rescue que te chequeo, ¿ok? Ok, espérame aquí. Papi, espérame ahí, por favor, ¿ok? ¿Este es tu carro? ¿Nadie te lo va a mover?
No, tranquilo.
Okay, espérame ahí. To answer your question, she is the front passenger of the Suzuki. She needs rescue.
Stay like how I told you, okay?
Relax, stay on your left because you're going up.
Stay like that. Look that way.
Ma'am, can you stay over there looking that way?
Put that left straight.
No, that's it. She wants
Fuck me, father.
Relax.
40 years of age.
Let's go, sir. Come on. Let's go.
She's good, right?
Vamos a levantarle y llevarla ahí.
Keep on walking. Hey, I'm giving you a lawful order to continue walking. You want to go to jail or not? If you continue to talk, you're gonna.
My laws, and I'm going.
If you know your laws, go ahead and walk past that post. Let's go.
Again, that guy that just fucking sat there and said that shit while seeing the middle of an emergency, that is why I take the cop side in the first fucking video.
Yeah, possibly two. Yeah, bro. One of them.
Nah, I think we determined that it's what kind of genitalia we're working with that goes a long way towards.
Oh, absolutely. I am a biased person. I do give. It's not just genitalia, right? See that ugly goblina on the screen? I have no sympathy for.
Yeah, no,
care.
it's.
She's not hot.
Yeah. Here's the thing: I can think with my dick, and I can go through the whole scenario, and I can even play the scenario like I'm the arresting officer. Why not?
That's hot.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? But but if I'm gonna apply principles to it, then at the end of the day, homegirl that drove into the fucking Taco Bell, she fucked up a little bigger than the retard with the Adidas fucking whatever,
Oh, absolutely. But see, for the right price, never mind. See, what I learned today about talking with you guys about Iran is that no one actually has principles. So why should I?
Exactly. Now, I also realized that I made some serious mistakes in my 20s. Like, goddamn.
Crazy. Look at this shit.
You were involved in the crash. She probably won't be able to walk. Does anything hurt you?
Bobby, set up a tape there, please.
I need those.
Sir, you want to go to jail? Keep on walking now. It's a lawful order. Set up a tape before I take
kinda.
If he continues, take him to jail.
Just go in. That's my truck.
Okay.
Him and his truck out of
Benzo? No problem, bro. Yeah, more.
Somos compañeros de trabajo. Necesito saber si el señor está con vida. Está muy nervioso aquí.
Esa respuesta, ¿qué tú vas a hacer con él ahora?
No, nada, pero
Okay,
estoy como nervioso y ando así.
Escúchame.
My mole. Yes, I died in the crash.
Pero una cosa que necesito que me haga.
Did this bitch just say her mole told her she died in the crash?
Yeah.
That's what the Molly told her.
Yo sé que es duro.
Sí, es duro, pero.
Quédate aquí, ¿ok? Tú estabas manejando el carro.
Sí, no, yo estaba acá
y tú eres testigo.
¿Por dónde ibas? ¿De dónde venían? Vamos a trabajar, ¿no? ¿Iban a trabajar o venían de trabajo? Íbamos a trabajar apenas. Siempre manejas despacio.
white word.
Mercedes. My name's Mercedes. My name is Mercedes. Mercedes.
Calm down.
Quédate aquí, papá. Escúchame. ¿De dónde tú eres?
De Venezuela.
¿Venezuela qué parte? ¿Caracas, Maracaibo?
Caracas.
Que viva Venezuela, ¿verdad?
Gracias.
Ok, espérate aquí.
Vale, tranquilo.
Okay.
I'm from the future.
Awesome. Amazing.
First of all.
Are you on drugs?
Yeah. Oh, fly.
Por favor. You know that we have detained and we're going to advise fire rescue. She just told us now she's on.
This might be the most unchristian thing I've ever seen.
Who said that?
Who the fuck you think said it? Imperious.
Imperious.
Kill someone.
There's a body in that car.
Imperious, I'm not really into all the looky-loos, you know what I mean?
Remember the saying, right? Calm seas never made strong sailors.
What?
Grippy socks.
Calm seas, is that what you
Grippy
said?
box. Give the crazy girl a chance.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I was engaged to this chick, like,
based
20 years ago.
Are you guys for this one? Or are you guys going over?
She's gonna be one of the vehicles that got into a.
She's alive, bro. She's alive. She takes priority, even if she's at fault. That's crazy.
Leaving. Is this unrelated? Yeah, no, it's related. The other detained, she's with the white Mercedes. They're gonna turn
This is another witness. He says that the Mercedes was going in this direction.
It was right then that they realized eyewitness testimony kinda fucking sucks.
Yeah, but then again, I think we're gonna witness an ethnic component to this.
If all the buildings there, I bet there's
Oh, let me guess.
You already have the camera.
It's, South Pacific Islander.
All right.
A search warrant of the car's computer revealed she was
Oh, here it comes.
There it is.
driving 78 miles per hour, with the accelerator fully pressed at the time of the crash.
Dang.
Nearby cameras show her walking over 100 yards north from the scene, squatting as if to vomit, then turning and walking south past the crash, totaling about 350 yards before bystanders stopped her just moments before law enforcement arrived.
Perfect. Benzo.
Okay, well, your hands behind your back. Just trying to listen. Can you lift your arms up?
Yeah, because my
Oh.
Okay, can you lift your right arm up?
Yeah. No, she's close.
Oh, she's cuffed.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll sit her up. We'll get her on
Ma'am.
Relax. I'm gonna tell you to relax. Get up. And me say por dónde venía. Get her up. Sit down.
Why did the black guy say that? Never mind. I think I figure out why.
Think so?
Okay, we need to take you to the hospital. She's on.
Hey, she got some nice stats though. I give her that.
What?
Yeah. It wasn't meant to be a crash. She tried to leave the scene.
She's gonna make a really hot prison gang member.
I'm just gonna need an officer to come on.
Aliens. They're coming.
What'd she say?
She just said aliens. They're coming.
Oh shit, that's
No, I did not.
Get her legs.
Bro, she weighs like 95 pounds. Why are they just throw that bitch on the stretcher? Why are they acting like she's so heavy?
Two injured in this car was front seat
We're
driver.
gonna be careful. With injuries.
tits.
You guys are moving her now?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and assess her in the back, and then we're gonna take her.
I'm gonna go follow. I'm gonna go over there.
You guys got her info? We got the north.
Hey, look, that Latina cop is hot though.
A little bit.
DOAs has stayed in the vehicle. Do you have anybody else that needs rescue?
I think we're good.
¿Qué? Tragedia. esta.
I'd let her search me for contraband.
Holy
Yeah.
That's how hard it is. You know how hard it is to break a brake?
Yeah, I'm packing a weapon right there, girl. You found it.
Not that hard. It's not that hard to break a brick.
Sí, yo vine primero, pero aquí ven. Entonces fui a ya yo sabía que yo no los puedo ayudar en ellos nada, por eso estaba haciendo rescue. Y está en esa condición, mejor ni lo toco. Pero aquella estaba. Bueno, yo la traigo para acá para que no vea.
So let's get back. What are you doing here?
That's one of my employees, I think. I'm just trying to find them. Did they already take the girl out of the white Benz?
I'm not sure.
I'm the director of security at 11.
I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
I trying to get ahead of the curveball, you know.
Oh, of what curveball? It's your employee?
Yeah.
Notifications will be made, but right now we don't have much info.
I'm staying outside.
Okay.
You want to look on that side?
Yeah, look on that side.
You want? He's my witness.
Necesito. Hola.
Ya, hola,
Buenos
hola.
días.
Espera un momentico. ¿Qué es lo que necesito, mami? I just need to figure this out. I know, mommy. He's just a witness. I don't know. Do I keep him here or are we gonna keep him here?
What's your name?
Put me in the coffin, gold.
What's your name?
Macy.
Macy?
Macy Leather.
Macy? What's your last name, Macy? Macy, what's your last name? Luke.
Love, we love. You love me. You love me. You love me.
Yeah, sure, baby. I love you.
Oh Lord.
You guys love me. Please.
Macy, what's your last name?
Mathers.
What are they blurring out right there?
Probably injected.
Mathers.
LATHRS. The answer is numerology. Go look at numerology.
Not numerology, no! Zach took another victim.
This is Zach's fault.
Look it up online.
This is Zach's fault.
Macy, do you know where you are?
No. Yeah. I'm in Earth.
Where?
Earth.
You're where?
Earth.
The roof?
Earth.
Earth. Yeah, we were all on Earth. Do you know where you are? What city? Where?
Oh, Miami.
Miami. Do you know what happened? Do you remember what happened?
Yeah, I died.
Were you taking any drugs?
Yeah. Take Tusi from Florida. Go now. Go now. Go now. Go.
Relax. We're trying to help you. Relax.
We need to go outside. We all need to go outside and look at the sun. The answer is in the sun. Look at the sun. Look at the sun. Go get off the phone. Get off the phone.
Yeah, she is literally looking at God right now.
New York. Oh no. Tell me and I'll tell you. Red. It's a curse. The devil's real. The devil is real.
News coverage featured an interview with family close to the two fatal crash victims.
My heart is break because I can say goodbye.
You can feel the pain through the screen as Sylvia fiance in this photo.
Behind his 16-year-old son.
You took part of our life. You broke
On a suspended license resulting in death or injury. 2 counts of lead
life. You broke
on a suspended.
I don't care about that.
Behind his 16-year-old son.
You took part of our life. You broke family.
After her arrest, Macy faced 3 counts of operating a vehicle on a suspended license resulting in death or injury. 2 counts of leaving the scene of a crash resulting in death. 2 counts of vehicular homicide and failing to stop at the scene of the crash. 1 count of reckless driving resulting in serious injury. 2 counts driving under the influence resulting in manslaughter and failing to render aid. 1 count of driving under the influence and causing bodily injury. 2 counts of driving without a license and causing serious bodily harm. And 2 counts of leaving the scene of a
On
crime
top of it
resulting
all,
in
she didn't
serious
even have a license.
She was initially given a $140,000 bond and placed on house arrest after posting bail. Judge Teresa Mary Pooler later revoked her bond, citing the ease of escaping house arrest, and ordered her held without bail. Around this time, Macy pleaded not guilty to all charges. Prosecutors soon dropped 5 of her 15 charges, likely because more serious versions of the same offenses were already in place. The case is currently heading to a jury trial. If convicted, Macy faces a minimum of 4 years and a maximum of 30 if sentenced concurrently. She faces a minimum of 22 years and up to 175 if sentenced consecutively. Macy's driving frustration to the situation. Between October and July, she was ticketed for failing to register her vehicle, running a red light caught on a traffic camera, and for crossing a median strip on a highway. Although records show her license was suspended back in January, she faced no charges for driving on a suspended license prior to the crash, despite being pulled over and ticketed in May.
The suspended license shit's bullshit anyway. The registration shit.
Macy also
running the red light and the crash that are the red lights.
5 unpaid parking tickets from October to June 9th. According to the Miami-Dade County Clerk's Office website, the 5th unpaid parking ticket triggers a tow order and allows officials to seize her car. Records indicate this never happened. Had those rules been enforced by the book, Macy likely would not have had access to a vehicle. Macy also faces a civil lawsuit, which names both her and the nearby owners of Club 11, which operates 24/7. The suit claims Macy was employed as a dancer and was required to party with patrons to boost spending, including using drugs and alcohol. It alleges the club encouraged her drug use, then let her drive, and seeks over $50,000 in damages. The lawsuit cites Club 11's director of security being on the scene of the crash, as we saw in body cam footage.
I'm the director of security at 11. That's one of my employees. I think I'm trying to get ahead of the curveball, you know.
The guy from Club 11 come to I'm trying to see if it's one of my girls. Can you tell me that car have a sunroof? You know if it's your girl or not.
Both Macy and the club formally denied all allegations, including her employment. The club admits she applied and auditioned. In turn, the plaintiffs have not yet shared their full discovery.
Oh, so they're just straight lying.
Includes over 350 pieces of evidence. That civil
Hold on,
trial
pause
is
this shit
scheduled
real
for
fast.
February 2026.
Oh yeah, no. If I was her, I'd put all blame on the club because that might be her way out.
I'm sorry. So the security is gonna roll up and say that's one of our dancers. She's employed with us. And
That's
then
what he
when
said
they
in the
file a
video.
lawsuit, they're gonna say no, that's not one of our employees. She auditioned. That's crazy. That's fucking wild.
6, likely after the results of Macy's criminal trial have concluded. A link to the victim's GoFundMe is listed below.
I want to say something really mean, but I'm not that mean. So
yeah, you are.
I'm just saying if Abuela and them were not, never mind. Never mind. Oh, this one. Have y'all seen the one where the cop actually ODs on the fucking
You're at
drugs
the
he
flower
took?
mark. I'm just reminding you.
Negative.
You haven't seen that one? It's only 10 minutes. Guys, donate for an extension. After this one, I'm going to end it. If you want an extension, but after this one, I'm going to end it. The extensions are $10 for 30 minutes, $15 for an hour. Cash App is rolling through. After this video, I'm gonna get final words and then end it if nobody donates. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you all for the conversations. Please like and share the video. We are getting hammered. Apparently, sock accounts have been used, or people are ass mad at me. I don't know. But we have lost subscribers. We are not growing anymore. We need to grow. Share this video. I do think it's sock accounts being removed from the subscriber count, or people are being unsubscribed. I don't know. But make sure that you click that like button and the notification bell. Please donate for a extension, and those of you who rock with me and support the show, I appreciate it. Even if you just share the video. Thank you very much, you guys.
There you go. Wake up, bud. There you go. Wake up. Come on, Mark. Come on. Wake up, bud. Come on.
On October 24th, 2023, panic ensues at the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department in California when a deputy enters the bathroom to find a colleague unresponsive on the floor. As deputies attempt life-saving measures, the mystery of what caused his collapse unravels, forcing them to draw a horrifying conclusion. The following report is based on official police records. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. It's just after 8 p.m. when an on-duty deputy enters the restroom at the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, finding Deputy Marvin Morales seemingly passed out in the corner of the stall.
Leave that door open! Get his back off. Straighten his legs. Straighten his leg. Yep. Miles. Hey, Miles. Hey, drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out. Hey, leave that door open for fire. Put a trash can out there.
Rouse. Wake up, bud.
Come on. Expose. How's it got pulse? You got breathing?
Rough breathing. You got pulse.
That's his car. That's my car. I came to use the restroom. I thought he was in there taking a poop, and as soon as I opened the door, he's leaning against the corner.
He's down. Yeah, he's on fire. There you go.
There we go. There we go.
Come on, buddy. There you go. Wake up, bud. There you go. Wake up.
Come on, Mark.
Come on. Wake up, bud.
Come on. Come on, man.
Wake up, Ross. Wake up, Ross. Wake up. There you go. There you go.
Hey, do we want to roll into the recovery at all? Keep it up. I'm going to start rolling into the recovery at all. Just because of all the mucus from you getting that.
We'll keep him like this. He's breathing. He's got a pulse.
Come on, Mark.
No, put him in recovery.
Come on, Marvin.
Mark. Come on, bud.
Yeah, starting rub's not going to help him. Wrong pulse.
Good.
Come on, Marvin. Snap out of the leg.
They attempt a sternal rub, a technique used to assess a person's level of consciousness, but Deputy Morales has no visible response.
Come on, Marvin. I'm going to try to one more time.
Dan, you're done with that?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark. There we go.
Hey, take this. I'm going to go to the ambulance, Mark.
Come on, Mark. Come on. Come on, Mark. I see you.
There you go.
Keep breathing. Stay with us. You're good.
Paramedics arrive, and Deputy Morales is transported to a local hospital for further treatment. Meanwhile, deputies on scene learn he collected narcotics during an earlier on-duty call. With concerns he may have experienced an accidental exposure, deputies begin to search his vehicle.
Hey, like said it was in a glove. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I felt those. It doesn't make anything in it.
That one's empty.
No, I'm not seeing anything in the box.
No, I
Didn't
checked that one.
feel like there was anything in them. Not that one.
Would probably not be in this ticket, though.
Actually, shine light over here, sir.
No. Something in that one?
Damp, but I don't feel. What's going on here on that one? I don't see any other gloves floating around in there, do you?
No.
Pull up his last call that he was on and see if he already logged anything in RMS for it. I'm surprised we haven't done that, and if we're not finding it, he could have already possibly booked it.
I was like, he was on a 415 family, and I didn't say anything about show.
No, he was on a. He collected dope at like 6:30ish.
Okay.
The following footage, recorded at a Shell gas station, captures the moment he obtained the narcotics, just hours before he would be found unresponsive on the bathroom floor.
What's up, bro? What's good? You okay? You having a lot of fun out here, bro.
Yeah. You got new sunglasses.
I just saw you last week over here, bro.
Yeah.
You was dancing at the same time too, man.
Yeah.
You promised me your best dance moves.
Who?
You.
Yeah.
You promised me your best dance moves.
Yeah, definitely.
What's up? You want to see the way?
I gotta go back to downtown, dance there. They're all waiting for me. The last time I went in the stadium was about to fall down.
You were about to pass out the other night, though, last week. You was on that Fetty.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Is that what that foil is right there in your pocket? Or be real with it. Just be real. Just be real.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Could be.
Could be, is it? I think it is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah?
No, not for now.
So you could either hand it over or I could put you in cuffs and take it out your pocket. It's up to you. Hand it over. Hand it over.
Why wasn't he charged?
Can I get it back?
How about that straw right there?
How else is a cop supposed to get free fentanyl?
Deputy Morales and his partner temporarily detain the suspect. After clearing his pockets, he asks for clarification on the contents of the foil packet.
What is this? What exactly is this? Tell me. Pistol? Pistol?
Deputy Morales can then be seen tucking the foil packet into a black glove before securing it in the hatch of his cruiser. Afterwards, he writes the suspect a citation for possession of narcotics and lets him go.
All right. See you next week.
Oh, they just cite for.
Hey,
Oh, they just
yeah,
cite
this is
for
my
it.
area.
Okay.
Despite securing the evidence in his cruiser, it's nowhere to be found. However, deputies still searching quickly find something else, which raises even more concerns.
You said foil with
And a glove, right?
how often do we just get rid of those?
But he cited him.
Yeah,
But he cited him.
you're right.
Oh.
You're right.
Yeah, although that might just be an old busted meth pipe because there was no mention of a pipe in the call.
Yeah, but there's glass right here and there's foil. Or there's not foil, but there's...
Yeah, it might just be an old meth pipe, Sarge.
Huh?
So that might just be an old pipe. I'll toss it in there, but that's literally just a shattered pipe.
Well, I mean, is that what it was? It was foil,
It
right?
said what the guy said was meth, so it was off-white substance and foil.
No mention of a pipe, though.
No.
One deputy considers an explanation that might explain why the narcotics would no longer be secured in his vehicle.
Do you think he was gonna go and book it, but use the bathroom first?
No, there's no reason to. I mean, he could have, but there's no reason to pocket it because the stuff's all the way in the back of the station. So you'd have to get back in the car and drive in and grab it. That has to be in his cargo pocket.
It has to be. But are his pants still at the hospital? He went with his pants to the hospital.
See if they can check on that.
Deputies with Morales at the hospital check his pockets, finally locating the evidence.
Yeah. Yep.
No.
I think it just you can feel the flow in there. Yeah. I don't want to fucking open it up, get us all exposed. Yeah. It's great. It happens quick.
However, the question of whether the exposure was accidental reaches a shocking conclusion when deputies locate a small glass pipe and an orange torch lighter in the bathroom where Deputy Morales collapsed.
The pipe that's on the ground wasn't next to him, was it? That's what I'm concerned about. There's a meth pipe sitting over by the door.
I don't remember, but it was in the stall.
Okay.
Okay.
Additionally, hair and blood samples collected at the hospital indicated at least 90 days of narcotics use. Investigators with the Bureau of Internal Affairs discovered that on August 9th and 15th, 2023, he cited 2 individuals for misdemeanor possession of paraphernalia. In his reports, he claimed to have disposed of a glass pipe, but later admitted to taking one home and using it multiple times. Investigators with the Bureau of Internal Affairs ultimately concluded that Deputy Morales intentionally used the narcotics he seized from the suspect on October 24th, 2023.
The Asian man craves the opium.
January 1st, 2024, investigators recommended Morales for termination. However, before formal action was taken, he submitted a formal resignation letter on February 2nd, 2024.
That was fucking wild. That was a wild one. Happy Sunday, everybody. Thank you all for coming.
No one donated any money.
Oh, no one loves me.
Yeah, I try, you know. I guess free helicopter
Hold
ride.
on, hold on. There's a hot Asian chick. We might, and we
Oh my. Okay. Well, I'm bouncing, so.
No. All right. Thank you all for watching. You all have a good day. We'll see you Monday.
And Tropicana gets its roof torn off. Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in.